Okay, so thank you for everybody for tuning in today. Welcome. This is Protect the Starseed Townhall. With us, we have the right to be right, Donisha. Donisha, the floor is yours.
Greetings, everyone. Give thanks for making the time and space to be here this beautiful afternoon. We're just going to allow a few other attendees to enter the space, and then we will move right into the presentation. We give thanks.
Okay, beautiful. So right now what we're going to see play is the disclaimer. From there, we're going to play a few slides of the families that are here today speaking their truth, and we thank you guys for being here and being a part of this. So as we wait for the rest of the attendees, we are setting up for our disclaimer and the videos. Thank you.
Greetings again, everyone. As a point of order, we just want to let everyone know that questions will be taken throughout the town hall today in the chat. If you have anything to ask, please feel free to put it into the chat. The format that will be executed today: families will have the stage to share, followed by experts who will give insight into each case, looking at how it is that CPS and other institutions that are to protect us have failed. Towards the close of the town hall, it is our intention to arrive at solutions that can move forward as a call to action to bring our babies home. On the back end, we are still looking for volunteers to stand with us in power as we speak truth to power on this mission to, again, #bring our babies home. I already see a few people who are messaging. Thank you so much for your messages. Again, if you are just joining, welcome to our town hall being hosted by Protect the Starseeds. We will be starting in just a few moments. We're encouraging everyone to take notes throughout this activity. This space is both a classroom and the courtroom. We know that the people are the court, and so we look forward to you being an active part of this mission.
Close your eyes, feel the calm, just breathe, let go. Be still, no worries, you're the real deal. Trust in yourself. You got magic. Just be yourself. Be still. Be still.
As you guys can see, the families that are involved are those who are you seeing in the slide. The petition is there for each family. We are asking for you guys to go and sign their petition for those who are here. #bring Ra home. #justice for Aaliyah and Shiloh. #justice for Messiah Bay. #bring Zephaniah home, and #justice for Tegan. These are all real people, real individuals, and real family who have been going through an injustice. Some for 2 years, other for a year and almost 3 months now, for others 6 months, and others for a year as well. This is why today's town hall is very important for those tuning in to understand that we as a community must rise and stand for change. Change for this to not happen in generations to come. Our children are not meant to be used as cattle for a system to get paid, but for them to have a thriving life with a loving family like the ones you see here today with us. We thank those who are tuning in and who are here with us today. Donisha.
Thank you very much, Kimmaire. I will read a statement on behalf of We Have the Right to Be Right. We hope that protocol will never supersede humanity. We hope that justice will prevail and leaders will make better decisions eventually. We hope that hope will always be there and it will be enough, but hope is an illusion in the face of necessary action. Guns and bombs have never borne peace, nor has forced democracy or self-serving policies. Educate yourselves and each other in the language of these times. The revolution must be an evolution, using the tools that we have developed as our weapons against oppression. This is a fight for a conscious liberation in pursuit of a greater sense of humanity and ourselves. We have the right to be right. And this is why this conversation, again, is so important. Because at the end of the day, these institutions and colonial ways of thinking must die. They must fall aside so that something else can be birthed. And so we say, protect the starseeds. And we will continue to call for that action in real time.
Thank you, Donisha. I would also like to introduce the family of Amin Ra, Asai and Ty, a loving family who have been going through an injustice for a while. And just so you guys can know, how did this injustice lead to Protect the Starseeds and today Protect the Starseeds Townhall? They will be speaking briefly on what is Protect the Starseeds and how did it come about through this injustice. Sai and Ty.
How's everybody doing? It's Ty.
And this is Syesha, the mother of Amin Ra and Sept.
Yeah, and we just through the ordeal of us getting Amin Ra back, which he's been out of our care for the past 6 months. Through this process of working to get him back, we felt the need to put something in place that we wish was in place when our son was being ripped away from us, in which Protect the Starseeds is a nonprofit that we are developing and that is established to be a place of resources, of alternatives, resources to find doulas, to find midwives, social workers that can provide resources, and also legal support. So everything that the state tries to force on us that's not serving us, we feel the need to establish a nonprofit that provides resources in regards to medical, social, and health, and legal, that provides the needs for the people to not have the opportunity to have their kids taken away from them. So it's more, Protect the Starseeds is more of a preventative measure that's put in place that has resources for families.
Ashe, thank you guys for your fight and your courage through your injustice to develop something so powerful that is Protect the Starseeds. And with that, I would like to also start introducing Eddie and Nekaybaw. Eddie and Nekaybaw are a family who have been going through child warfare. In the case of Nekaybaw, after giving birth from around 10 a.m. to noon, at 3 a.m. the next day, hospital came into her room stating that they need to do an emergency transfusion of blood into the child, and she will need a lumbar puncture into her. The family wondering, how did a baby that went 9 months stable, there was no misdiagnosis within her pregnancy, and gave a healthy delivery, at 3 a.m., they needed to do an emergency blood transfusion. By asking questions of wondering if they can give the blood to the child, and what is the blood count, the hospital felt like they were asking too many questions, denied them giving the blood transfusion to their child, banned them from the hospital, and still gave the blood transfusion to their child. 3 months later, while CPS being now part of their life due to that incident, they coerced Nekaybaw into letting them see their son Shiloh. Shiloh was at home living a perfect, healthy life, no neglect, no abuse, yet they felt that they had the right to see the child. And once the mother finally agreed, after coercion, after intimidation by the system, when I say intimidation, I mean there was a mother who didn't commit any crime but wonder why is her child needing a blood transfusion when there was nothing wrong with her. She was thrown into Rikers Island for a month and 3 weeks, almost around Thanksgiving. She was released just so they can coerce them into surrendering Shiloh. When they finally agreed and the father brought Shiloh, and the terms were to just see the child and see the child's safety, they were served with a court order stating that they have to surrender the child to CPS. Once they surrendered the child, they took the children in custody, two perfectly healthy children. And by the time they took him and the family got the records, medical records, they realized that the records stated the child may need a blood transfusion and the child may have a slight anemia. So all on maze and no concrete evidence of why the child would need a blood transfusion, they were trying to force this into them. And after banning them from the hospital, implemented that transfusion in the child's blood. Now it's been a year and about 3 months on September 27th that they have not seen their children, know where their children is located, because they have been banned from any communications from their children illegally. Having a mother have to do time in jail when she was not fingerprinted, accused, prosecuted, or criminalized, but thrown into Rikers and lost in the system for a month and 3 weeks. And then when they had the father, threw him for a couple of weeks into Rikers as well, in a state that no human being should ever endure unless you are a true criminal. Eddie, Nekaybaw, where are you guys today?
Yes, I just want to say I'm grateful right now just to be here on this platform. And just being on this platform, I just want to say that I reserve my rights. We're still in this fight at this moment. Thank you, Jamar, for, trying to, give your synopsis as to what happened with my daughter and my son. But like you said, it's been a year and it's almost 3 months that I have not had my daughter. It's been a lot, especially as a mother who just gave birth in a hospital, and these doctors want to do some a drastic procedure that, I just want to think about and have more adequate information just to make an informative decision. And because of that, I get chastised, pressured, psychologists come into my room. It's a lot to undergo when you have just given birth to a new life. And then from there, us getting banned and them taking Shiloh from me and using me as leverage, putting me in Rikers Island after visiting my daughter, that was placed in the children's center, which is like a holding place for foster care children to go before they get placed. So just me being in there, and it's like I have to choose whether I'm gonna stay in jail or give up my son. It's just, something has to change, and basically from there, when my son was placed with my mom, because he was with my mom and my daughter was with my mom for about a couple of months or whatever. We've been dealing with the courts, just to answer your question.
Go back to the start of the story. Say it from the top, I would have.
Okay. All right. So just to give it from the top, I'm saying this. We've been dealing with the courts through our paperwork, and we've been, asking them to at least show us, how do you have authority to basically administer and move our offspring the way that you're doing? And so we didn't get any type of information, no transparency. And the CPS workers, they were telling us one thing, but when it came to going to court, they would say something totally different. And from there, I would say this, that we are still in this fight, and that at one point we took all of our paperwork and that we gave it to the sheriff, and we told the sheriff that we were going to take our children back because these courts were not answering to any of our claims. And so the sheriff, she gave us a thumbs up. And so we took our children. And then when we took our children, all of a sudden we were all over the news. There were police officers coming to our door about like 2 days later, with guns pointed at us, asking us, telling us to come out with our hands up, snatch my daughter from out of my hands, and traumatized my son, blocked him from coming to me. And they basically just put us in jail for about 10 days and try to get us to accept charges that we did not understand, all because we told a doctor no, or that we didn't consent, or that we needed more information, or because we asked questions. So I hope that sums up everything in a nutshell, but we're still on this journey.
Yes, and off camera. Yes, greetings everyone in the name of the Most Highest.
Yes.
May His grace, love, and favor be upon us,
Yes.
all here in attendance. Since this is a virtual platform, I would like to reserve all my rights for UCC 1-308 without prejudice. From the inception of this ordeal, we knew that this was a spiritual battle. Both Nekaybaw and myself had similar dreams, just giving us an oversight of what was to come. I remember the doctors and the nurses challenging me when I asked for the placenta, as I watched them marvel over it in the delivery room. I asked them to take it home with us, and they challenged me. Something that was divinely mine was ours. Little did I know at that time that that would be the fight that we would be up against. Today in our society, preservation of personal space is one of the biggest responsibilities that is not only implemented but enforced upon the masses. Like they always say, keep 6 feet distance at all times. That's a new protocol. Even today, as I was traveling the Amtrak today, 6 feet distance, keep your mask. Yet still, we have agencies that want to be all up in our personal space, in our homes, invading our privacy, infringing upon our lives, our liberties, our properties, against our rights and our wishes. It is also a normal procedure now for our offsprings to be taken from loving homes and be placed into the hands of strangers. I remember being in school and my teachers, my mom, elders telling us, be mindful of strangers, stay far away from them. Those same institutions that tell us the same thing, now you have them taking our offspring and placing them in the hands of strangers. Such hypocrites, I would say. In our approach, we always stated that we did not consent. We don't consent to any of these proceedings, and that we demanded anyone with a superior claim of our property to come forward so that we can honor it. As people that, that are law-abiding people, we would honor any claim, anybody that came with a superior claim. We have also asked the facts and the finding as to how they are charging us with such fabricated misinformation. Still, yet today, no one has even came forward. And we know that no one will ever come forward because no one has the authority over our property. And when we say property, some people have a problem with that. They say your baby is not a property. But when we say property, we use it in the right context because words have meaning, especially when you look at in a lawful standing. Sometimes something might mean something else. And property means what is proper to our person. for our exclusive enjoyment, for our enjoyment exclusive to all others in society. Yet still no one has claimed, but yet still the administrators turn our property against our rights and our wishes. We have also challenged the jurisdictions of the courts from day one. Because when it started, I always ask, what jurisdiction do you have over the matter, over us? And we challenge the jurisdiction because we understand that the three areas by which the Constitution mentions in which the courts may operate is on the common law, equity, and maritime or admiralty law. You have also had the agencies admitting that we have no contracts with them. We have videos showing that we have no contracts with them. They say it on the record, yet still they are proceeding. Through this all, we have suffered defamation of character. We have been tortured. I remember being inside of the cell and not emphasizing the Fifth Amendment, playing the Fifth, and they put an order so that they can have my fingerprints, you know, to place on the record so that they can charge me. And I always say they use the same analogy. If you go to a restaurant and you buy a meal for $40, and then when the bill comes, it's $600, will you accept the charges? And the answer is always no. You will not accept a charge that is not yours. So you cannot charge me for something that is rightfully mine. You took what is mine and you want to charge me for it. So we did not accept the charges. They had a force order where they had officers in numerous numbers hold me down, tie me down, hold me down, and try to force my finger on the fingerprinting machine. And I was just fighting back and screaming at the top of my lungs, like, what y'all doing and stuff. And they almost broke my hands. And then when they said it wasn't working, the sergeant said, enough is enough. Put him in the cell. They left the cuffs on my hands. They left it on my feet, behind my back. The hand and the cuffs behind my back. And I slept on the cold concrete in a room that I feel that the temperature was turned down, so cold. Yet still here. So we have been tortured, humiliated, and treated below the levels of animals for what is rightfully ours. Even dogs get better treatment than that. The very same people we put in office right now, they are failing us very miserably. Those who took the oaths of office, they need to be reminded, as a friend told me a few days ago, of this oath that they took. And also we need to hold them accountable for their actions. Because too many times some of them have immunity where some of them can do anything and then we cannot hold them responsible for their actions. What did we do? So far, is the question everybody asks, what did you do, Eddie? What did you do, Nekaybaw? And I say this, it's not about whether we are innocent or guilty of these accusations. It's about how much profit that has to be made off of the demise of our people. When you look at the statistics, 500,000 babies in a foster care system, it is not by accident. So don't tell me what did I do, but tell me what are they up to? Because we know it's clearly an agenda. When you're taking loving babies from loving homes and you're placing them in the hands of strangers and there's a monetary gain to it, you're gonna find people who have no morals and no values that are going to go for the money rather than realize that it's people's precious lives. In war, you are told not to touch mothers and babies. Yet still, in America right now today, and in some other societies, we have agencies who are tampering and tampering and torturing, you know, and tormenting mothers and babies. What are we saying as a society? What are we saying as a people? Yet still we have people watching those things stay back and asking, what did we do? So is that what did I do? Like I say again, is what is the agenda? Because you cannot tell me 500,000 children in the foster agent all by because every one of us neglected and abused our babies. When mothers and babies become the target, we have a big problem on our hands. My responsibility of being a father is to provide, nurture, protect my family. From the time I in St. Lucia, that's what I was taught. Family first. Protect them. Provide for them early. Nurture for them, because that's what my father taught me and what my forefathers taught me. Nurture them. Yet that has been stripped away from me by the hands of a statutory system And each time I stand for my rights, I am looked at as a threat and treated like a criminal. A few nights back, I found myself up late shedding tears. And Nekaybaw had to console me. I remember texting Sai. She was up the same time and we was just talking about the same things we were going through. And she strengthened me. I was in a dark place. And I shed tears for my babies who have been kidnapped. Yes, I shed tears for the many other families who are going through the same thing. I shed tears for the many people who perish for lack of knowledge. I shed tears for the babies right now at this moment while we in this town hall who have been taken away from their homes. Yes, it's real. I shed tears for those many people who suffer due to the fate of widespread legal illiteracy. The time has come for us to stand on our square. And when I say square, I mean on your square, a 4 right angle. You can't go wrong there. It's time to claim and act in our sovereign capacity. Yes. It is important, people, that we act in our sovereign capacities. It's important that we understand, I, self, and master. I am. No longer will we pass our duties of self-governance and leave the responsibilities for those who work for the same people that are persecuting us right now. No longer will ignorance be the weapon used against us, for it is well known that ignorance of the law is no excuse. People, right now, there's a current trend going around on social media. It's called a crate challenge. Everybody is watching. Maybe those who partake in it, have painful experiences. But many of us are taking part in this challenge. Today, I challenge the world and anyone listening to my voice at this time to take a challenge with us. Stand for injustice that is being done to our families and bring our babies home. I hear the mic.
Bring our babies home. Yes.
Thank you, Eddie. I just like to emphasize on a lot of pointers there. But before we do that, we have Jonathan with us, someone with extensive knowledge on what is happening when it comes to the legal stance on this. And we have Amanda, a former CPI investigator, now lead of Operation Stop CPS. Jonathan, you're with us. Amanda, you with us? I yield the mic, Jonathan.
I'm here.
Jonathan, I yield the mic.
Okay. Just looking at it, you have to understand that we live in a system of institutions where there has been an evolution of laws in a disguised culture of slavery. There has not been a change. It's just the methodology of how it's implemented since the abolition of slavery. So the 13th Amendment was implemented in 1865, but it reads that slavery is abolished except as punishment for crime. Now, that exception is the reason the United States has 5% of the world population, but 25% of the world prison population. And Brother Eddie touched on a property aspect that if you understand the institutions that are in place and what they have, because we live in a society of capitalism where they have capitalized off free labor, and once that abolition of slavery came to be, you had to continue to be profitable. So the property aspect is important if you understand what the system is doing, because the United States is a corporation in itself. They have a tax ID number, and your social security number, everyone's social security number is their corporation number with the United States government. that's subjecting by you allowing yourself to have that social security number. That is your contract to subject yourself in a sense to the laws of that government, but also it works into what the systems are doing with capitalism. So for instance, in Brother Eddie and Sister Nekaybaw's case, criminalizing them so that way they are forcefully removed and demonized through their actions of parenting, but also and you have to realize there are two court systems. There's a criminal court system and a civil court system. So family law matters and dependency law matters fall under the civil court jurisdiction. But it's when certain allegations of abuse come up that it merges over into that alleged criminal element. So by removing the parent through the criminal justice system as well, you're able to, from a governmental system aspect, you're able to effectively kidnap that child to where, and you have to recognize because of capitalism and economics, that's where the government gets their powers and commerce, is they're going to provide funding and grants to other corporations, which whether it's a social security number or EIN, employee identification number, they're the same thing. It's your identification number with the government, how they can track you and also track dollars that could be allocated for these kidnappings.
Thank you, Jonathan. And I just want to take the opportunity to invite all the other panelists as well to unmute your mics and feel free to chime in. I also want to officially introduce our panelists. On the panel today, we have Tafferah from Operation Stop CPS. Operation Stop CPS was formed by two former social workers who decided to take a stand and lift truth against power. They join us here from that perspective of experience. Jonathan, as you have corrected us in the past, is not speaking from the point of view of an attorney at law, but a moderator and mediator, which means that he's someone who has informed himself of everything he needs to know on the back end, has the qualifications, however, has decided to create a different system of law, approach to law. Am I correct, Jonathan?
Yes, that's correct.
We speak on the back end about sovereignty, and I think that this is something that relates in the case with Eddie and Nekaybaw. Can you just comment on that? And then I want to introduce Amanda from Operation Stop CPS to also comment on this situation.
Was that to me again?
Yes, Jonathan, about sovereignty. We've spoken about sovereignty on the back end. Okay. And how important it is. If you can just make a few statements on that.
I apologize. Yeah, so essentially with the sovereignty aspect, essentially each state is able to control its own laws because of sovereign powers. Any law that the Constitution and its amendments did not address created that contract between the United States, the federal government, down to the state governments in a sense. So any law that was not created by the federal government, the state governments then can effectively create a law that does not violate the federal government, but can be more narrow in scope, so to speak, as to what the laws address. So, and then that goes down to individual sovereignty rights. So the rights to privacy and being free of searches and seizures, knowing how to move in presence of government officials, because not only are police officers government officials, but anybody who works for a governmental agency, whether it's local, state, or county, or federal is a government agent, and they have to be transparent in their processes, and because of due process. And a lot of times you have to realize that sovereignty from an individual aspect is not easily obtained. But there are various theories and methods of achieving that.
And Amanda, I mean, to both you and Tafferah as co-founders of Operation Stop CPS, in Eddie and Nekaybaw's situation, what went wrong? When a parent meets in a situation with CPS, what are the terms of engagement, and how could things have gone differently in this situation?
Well, it sounds like to me that these parents were met with judgment from the very beginning, right? They were met with people who had preconceived notions about what parents are supposed to do or what parents are supposed to look like. And unfortunately for people, those people have the power to make a phone call that has people's children taken away. And so that's what went wrong. But this was a malicious report made by a hospital to facilitate in this medical kidnapping of these children. Because when they received the report with allegations, they should have been able to communicate and talk to these parents. Eddie and Nekaybaw are the experts on their children. If you have a problem, you should be speaking to the parents about how to address it. But unfortunately for CPS, they believe that they know best and that parents don't. And so when they got met with parents who are educated, parents that understand that these are their children, there was this power struggle that happened between CPS and parents.
Right.
And that's what we are seeing out here and with these cases, is that parents are standing up to say, these are our children. These are our babies. These are our offspring. And they're being met with a system that's not set up for that. And so with Eddie and Nekaybaw, again, that they didn't have the authority to take Aaliyah. And then they used that to seek out and torment these parents to take Shiloh. It's wrong.
Yeah, and that process, speaking of that process, it's just like, as workers, that were in this system that did this job, it baffles me that this situation is where it is, because it was so simple. It was so simple. All of these stories are so simple. All it was a fact of conversation. Most of all of these cases is conversation. So now you have, like Amanda said, you have an ego struggle, a power struggle, because I'm coming in and I know that I have the authority to take your child. So get in line. If you don't get in line to what I'm saying, then I'm going to take your child. We have no questions or anything to talk about. When Eddie said he asked them about the placenta, when he asked them about the blood transfusion, from there, they did not, and you can see that was not acceptable to them, because in their mind, why are you asking me these questions? Why? Even with them going to jail, you still didn't have anything on these parents, but that's how powerful they've gotten. Like, we're going to take these two parents, we're going to lock them up, torment them. And on top of that, like Nekaybaw said, she just gave birth. Who does that? Who puts a mother in jail who just gave birth? Father is there. Two-parent household, loving family, have family here, there to take care. They have a community. And that's where we are. This shouldn't have happened, because it could have been avoided by a conversation.
As simple as that. This could have been avoided by a simple conversation. And we just want to reiterate how powerful that phone call is. One simple phone call put all of this into motion. Midwife Audrey, I want to bring you into this point of the conversation, followed by Dr. Jessica Pryce, to talk about the impact on the mother postpartum, just delivering within these moments. What exactly is happening biologically, and how have our bodies been met by violence within these moments?
Hi. So first of all, the process of what's going on in pregnancy what a lot of people don't really understand is that these effects are extremely damaging even before CPS involvement happens. What I mean by that, specifically with Syesha, she was threatened when she was pregnant with AST. She was pregnant and they threatened her and said, you know, we can come after your baby. So here it is, we're talking through our appointments, and here she is trying to stay strong. She is, you know, in the throes of just emotional despair, and at most times is having a hard time even to take care of herself by drinking water and eating food. These are the physical, psychological effects. And then on top of that, you have a developing pregnancy, right? So there's an effect of epigenetics. Epi means before the baby even gets a chance to be on the outside, they are changing their genetics to be able to thrive the best they can in an environment that their mother is going through, that their experience is, it is not safe here. You know, you have to, you know, in essence, close off from connection because there might be fear that you won't be safe. So we took precautions, and as a healthcare provider, you know, taking care of them throughout this process, I on purpose made steps to make sure that whatever would come up, that either the medical system or the legal system would have no way or right of taking this baby, because the necessary steps and means of ensuring that her health was protected was taken, but yet Sept was taken anyways. And that part especially troubled me, because then if you do everything that the system tells you to do, how is it that Sept was still taken? That was especially one thing when, you know, being an eyewitness in the court system, that I needed to understand that as her healthcare provider, if there was a legitimate issue going on, what we do is we want the best for the child. We want the best for mother. So I asked for information as to how is it that I need to follow up with her? Was there something going on mentally that was an issue? So then I can provide adequate referral services for whatever issue. Was it something in which it wasn't access to food because there's resources for that? There was no answer. So what that told me was that somehow the system is so flawed that they can preemptively, and regardless of medical records and proof of, you know, teaching and breastfeeding and follow-up and care, your baby can be taken, period, the end, despite the fact that you have the actual medical care that you need. So with this being said, you know, when we look at what is likely going to happen, not just for you know, Syesha, but those babies, is there becomes a emotional and physical energetic trauma and disbelief of these systems. And then again, it continues to perpetuate the, you know, sometimes not going to hospitals when we need to, because what if? And this has been ongoing historically for a long time. This is not just now happening. Right. So, you know, that as far as, you know, what we see from here, I think is going to be an interesting conversation in terms of how these children and the mother continue to develop emotionally bonded together.
And you know, Midwife Audrey is Syesha's midwife who delivered baby girl Sept. So being able to be a support system and having a support system during this time as a pregnant mother is very important. Nekaybaw, did you have a midwife while you were pregnant?
No, I didn't.
Would it have been useful for you to have a midwife based on this information that you've just heard now?
Yes, definitely. This experience has just basically just allowed me to just gain more insight, gain more knowledge as to what to do the next time this may come around, and that I would need to have, you know, midwives or a doula in place, you know, in order for me to at least know my rights and assert myself in these facilities. So yes, a midwife would be helpful.
especially in situations where the hospital is necessary. Now in this particular case, having the fact that there was an active case with Amin-Ra, this is what literally shoveled all of this into it, which, there needs to be standards and protocols put in place where, you can't just in case do a thing and then look afterwards and see, if there was true fault, because that actually creates more harm than it actually helps. But midwives, what we do is not only just empower the mom, but when I transfer with them to the hospital, I am the liaison between them and the doctor and the nurses. At times, because this is something that is, outside of main health care, it is seen sometimes as a threat to the health industrial complex. And so midwives are medical trained health professionals, and we have the ability to utilize the correct words. And we also have medical charts and records that can be, verified. And so when we do this in essence keeps at times reporting of CPS, because there's nothing to report on, unless I've done something illegally that can prove that the mom's doing something wrong or whatever the case is, it's already closed at that point. Doulas also serve as a protective buffer for, the mothers and, the whole birthing space also. So having a network or someone at least who can explain the information to you. So here's an example of, even when I'm not in the hospital, how clients still reach out. Just yesterday, a client that I transferred to the hospital, they didn't understand exactly what the doctors were recommending to them. They had my direct line. They called me right then and there, and we had a conversation as to what the risks and benefits were. Did the doctors or nurses themselves tell them that? Possibly. Sometimes not, because true informed consent is not always given so that people can be easily coerced into whatever situations that we're wanting to pass on hand. And so when you can fully understand what it is that your choice is, informed consent is typically 4 things, where you're given the information of what it is for and what is the situation. By not doing this, whatever the recommendation is, what the risks may be, are there any alternatives? And then the final is your conversation with the provider and then your decision. At times, especially with CPS and in hospitals, informed consent, which is your right legally, does not actually happen. So having relationships with people who can remind you of what that is, who can also thoroughly educate you as to what questions to ask as a rebuttal, especially if you want to know how to navigate, is absolutely necessary going forward. So that's what I have to add.
Thank you for that feed forward. Just to reiterate to mothers who are out there who are tuned in right now, during your pregnancy process, support yourself with the support that you need. Surround yourself. Midwives are important, doulas are important. They're not just there to physically help you through this process, but mentally, emotionally, and they can also help you to protect yourself in cases involving CPS, etc. Dr. Jessica Pryce, I know you have worked on the front lines of child welfare. You've conducted primary research and been a policy advisor to Florida's legislator about this situation here with CPS. How do you weigh in on everything that you heard of this case of Eddie and Nekaybaw?
Hi, everyone. I don't have that too much to add. I mean, everything that's been said, I just really appreciate everyone's insight. I appreciate the parents for sharing their story today. What I will add is continue to assert yourselves. I tell people often that when I was in the field, there were parents that told me no. There were parents that did not let me in their homes. And the majority of those parents were not Black and brown parents. So I just want to continue encouraging. It sounds like these parents, Sy and Ty, they are pushing back. And I just want to reiterate how important it is to assert your voice and push back, especially on services that aren't meaningful to you or your family.
That's and simply as that is said, Eddie and Nekaybaw, do you have any questions? Any comments?
Yeah, I'm just very grateful just for this platform, and just like what Miss Dr. Jessica Pryce said, you know, we just have to continue to push back, and knowing that overall, you know, we as a people, we can move mountains when we all come together, when we all stand up for things that just doesn't make sense and seems, you know, a little backwards. And in this case, you know, I'm just truly grateful knowing that us being here today is going to effect some sort of change. And my last words before I get off of here is that my whole intention is for the restoration of these babies, all of our babies, to come home. And I miss my daughter. I miss my son so much, like with all my heart. And we will continue on this journey until justice is served, until restoration is restored.
Ashe, thank you. Thank you, Nekaybaw. And I would like to kind of give everybody here a few pointers as well, since Nekaybaw pointed out things that she didn't know and wish she knew when pregnant. For those just new mommies or new mommies in a different understanding of healthy consciousness, this is for you guys. 1, seek out and confirm your holistic and medical health professional as soon as you're pregnant. It is easier to safeguard against being profiled or misdiagnosed when you have a long-term advocate working on your behalf from the jump. 2, don't assume your birth will go smoothly or feeding and weaning will come naturally. We all need support and education as new moms, so seek help and prepare a backup plan, i.e. milk banks or wet nurse lactate consult. 3, never go to the emergency room with your child alone. Take a doula or midwife or nurse assistants to advocate for you and buffer potential misunderstandings. 4, this one's a tough one. So please guys, bear with me, but has to be said. We have to be smart and get our babies home safe. That is not the time for one to start popping out the mouth about veganisms, natural laws, medical tyranny, or anti-vax views. They don't care and will take your kids. You have no rights and are in their jurisdiction once you enter their property. So for the mommies and families out there, we advise safety first when it comes to your children and how you move when it comes to your beliefs and your families. Thank you. Next, we have Ms. Kimberly Sellis, who will be speaking. Kimmaire Sellis is a mother who gave birth, and on the second day, she was released. With her release paper, Ms. Sellis was stopped by the nurse field, the CPI investigators, and police. A police officer reached out to the child's car seat, putting the child in danger, and another officer reached towards Ms. Sellis' neck and squeezed her neck until you heard the words, "I can't hear. I can't breathe," my apologies. For those who haven't seen the video, you could go to Operation Stop CPS and see all that we are speaking here today. Ms. Sellis was released and discharged from a hospital, so they had no right to stop her when leaving. Yet one CPI and nurse felt that by the time Zephaniah was born at 5 a.m., by 8 a.m., they already had called CPS investigators to see Ms. Sellis because they felt that she was impolite. And by impolite, they mean that during COVID times, she chose to not have visitors or have the child taken to the nursery. These reactions to the mother's request were met by saying that she is paranoid on the time of COVID, that she is being resistant, non-compliant. All that led to her being choked and her child removed from her care. A mother who was discharged with a healthy baby. Ms. Sellis, where are you at today?
Hi, everybody. I'm Zephaniah's mother. I'll show myself real quickly. I'm Zephaniah's mother, and today where I am is I'm fighting back, and I'm fighting back hard. I refuse to be suppressed by a system that shouldn't even be involved in me and my child's life. Every day it's something different, and when I see things for what they are, it just makes me want to throw up, because these people have falsified information on my name. They have, fabricated information into my files and my records. And, I have repeatedly called them out on it, and I've, pretty much put them on the spotlight with their lies, and still they remain to keep my child hostage. And it's very, very frustrating. They, insist on, using information that's not relevant to Zephaniah's life. And it's very frustrating, to have to sit there and be, tortured and terrorized and, badgered that way. And you done nothing but, show up to a hospital to give birth to, your baby, and to return home where you have properly prepared for him. So, where I am, with it all is like, we have to be, like Martin Luther King, we have to, fight against these supremacists, whichever they see fit, or whoever you think they may be. Those are the people that we need to start, fighting against. We cannot take no for an answer. Martin Luther King, for instance, he went to the higher ups, and he refused to be shut down by the ignorance of these people that clearly saw that they were suppressing people by a means of suppression. So it's like, we have to be more like Martin Luther King. We have to be more like Rosa Parks. We have to be more like Barack's and Michelle's. We have to, we have to have, the power to fight back against the system. We have to basically build our Selma, and facts are, we are in a real life war with our children. We are in a war with our children. Listening to Nekaybaw, and Nekaybaw's husband about their children, listening to Sy and Ty about their children. It's like these people are literally like martial law coming in people's home, literally beating us until we surrender our property, our children, things that, God ordained for us, our destiny, our livelihoods, they're disrupting it for $1. They're keeping the system rolling, from the money that it's bringing in from all the children that they take out of really, really good homes. And it's just not fair, and I just want everybody to know that, the facts are there. We are in a war, and like our ancestors, some of us died, but our ancestors paid the way so that we're not inferior to a superior system that continuously, breaks us down. Thinking about Zephaniah every day, it's very, very scary, like my baby was 2 days old, and he's been around complete strangers that I've never met. I'm not allowed to meet for whatever reason. I'm not understanding, being painted as if I'm a threat to my child with no evidence or no proof of anything, and continuously having to go in front of, the court systems and, GALs and attorneys and, all these different people that are in power to basically rule over my life and continuously condemn me, scrutinize me to the point where, I feel like I'm so out of touch with my newborn child that was inside my body. And it's like, seeing Zephaniah's little face, it just breaks my heart. It breaks my heart. My baby is so confused, and he looks at me with the saddest face, with eyes full of tears, and I have to be strong for him. I know the enemy is lurking on me. I know the enemy is watching me. I mean, it's to the point where, I'm in a room with my child. And for a very long time, there were two individuals that would sit in my room and watch my every move with my child. It was like, it's so disheartening. It infuriates me. It infuriates me, you know? And, you know, just to have somebody like watching over me that way is like, I just feel completely hopeless and helpless at times, but I have to be strong for my son. And then, you know, them just surveillancing me is just like, it's just, it's so unconstitutional. It's unmoral. It's unethical. Like it is every word that any person can use to deliberately and maliciously, you know, downplay somebody for their character, their intentions, you know, it's all the above. And not to mention, you know, we have to start calling out, you know, the system for what it is. You know, we have to start complaining on the courts. We have to, you know, expose them for who they are. You know, we have to demand these people to stop. You know, you know, as hurt as I am as an individual, you know, I still have to every day get up and fight for Zephaniah. You know, Zephaniah is only 3.5 months old, and for the majority of his life, you know, I've missed it because of lies, fabrication, because of the narrative that they want me to be, because of the money that Zephaniah provides to, you know, these people's salaries and jobs and, you know, homes, you know, stability and employment. It's not right. Like, they're using my son for money to stabilize their life, to drive these nice cars, to put new Jordans on their children's feet while my son is being abused, you know, while my son is in a system with strangers, while my son is nonverbal, cannot speak for himself. You know, it's very disturbing. It's very, very disturbing. And so, you know, like I'm so grateful with the support that I have, you know, and you know, the call of action is to call the House of Representatives, call the Senate, hell, call the president, if you will. Hell, call Kamala. Hell, somebody, you know, somebody needs to do something about this. You know, we can no longer be suppressed as the people. You know, everybody here on this platform understands the problem. It is a problem. It is a problem. Now, how are we going to fix the problem? We got to go to them. We got to go to their front door. We got to sleep on their lawns. We got to yell. We got to scream. We got to let them feel the pain. We have to show them our pain. We have to voice it. You know, we have to stand firm in what we're talking about, because otherwise they're going to turn a deaf ear and a blind eye, as they have been doing, because we haven't brought the problem to their front door. So we're basically working with their minions who are, you know, giving direction and you know, all of these things without actually, you know, being you know, able to see the person that's actually in control of these things. And that is where we have the problem. We're not going to the people, the lawmakers, you know, the people of power. You know, we literally have to go to their front door is what I'm saying. That's the only way that they're going to listen, because not only are we going to know who they are, we're going to know that they have the power to do something for us and about what's going on. Like, you know, the movie Selma, I don't know if any of you guys have ever seen it, but that man, Martin Luther King, got up every single day and he fought with his words. He fought with his very being, and he knew that there was trouble. There was trouble, but he not for 1 second backed down from the fight that was presented to him. He stood firm. And that's exactly what we have to do. We have to stand firm. They can't tell us who we are. They cannot tell me as a mother I'm good or not for my child. They cannot tell me about Zephaniah. They cannot tell me anything about Zephaniah or myself that I or Zephaniah don't know about ourselves. Period. Like, these people, we don't have conservatorships. We don't have guarantors. We don't have people ruling over our life besides the power that we've given people to rule over our lives. And that is what I'm trying to, you know, make people understand. Like, Nobody has the power to tell you what to do. They can use guns, tasers, jail, imprisonment, institutions, slavery by, not teaching our people, continuously making us illiterate or, vulnerable or feeling suppressed. But the power is within us and we have to start using it. So, with everybody here on this platform, Zephaniah is my pride and joy. And these people robbed me of my child while I went to the hospital to give birth to him. Never once till this day have told me what I have done. I know I've done nothing, so they're trying to basically make me like submit to, the tyranny that's continuous in the system so that they can get relief from the trouble and trauma they've caused me and my child by saying, oh, well, she said she agreed to the case plan. So, I feel like she might have a problem. No, I do not have a problem. You're my problem. You're the problem. You're the problem. So, I have to stand firm and very assertive about that. I cannot let them change the narrative of who I know that I am to the narrative that they want me to be in front of the courts to keep me from my son. So, we as the people, we have power, and we need to start exercising it in a more, positive and effective way, and I know we can do it, with everybody's knowledge and power and gifts and, understanding and wisdom. I know that change is on its way. So, with the help of Operation Stop CPS, who has been the love and light of my life, and has reminded me, I am the mother of Zephaniah, and nobody on this earth can take that away from me, and I need to stand firm. I need to stand strong, and I need to take on the fight because, Zephaniah is worthy of that. I did not carry Zephaniah in vain, and I will not for 1 second stand in this fight in vain, knowing that I will not produce something because I will, so I just want to thank everybody for, having time to, listen to everybody's story, and understand that this is really a systematic problem. And we can no longer turn a deaf ear and a blind eye to this because it's affecting our families. These Protect the Starseeds is the perfect example. These are our children of the future. And right now they're in institutions being brainwashed so that they can amount out to something that they are not, manipulating their DNA. It's insane what's really going on, and we have to put a stop to it. So, like I said, the call of action is to, be at their front doors, their lawns, interrupt their daily lives, like this is a problem, It's not fair that I'm not home with my children, but you're out here at a football game and I'm over here trying to figure out how to get mine home so that we can go enjoy the football game. We have to start going to these people's front door. And I'm not talking about the people that are menacing us. I'm talking about the people that are allowing these people to menace us. So, that's all I have to say. And I just want to thank everybody for being a part of the platform and just knowing that change is coming. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I say a couple of words?
Go for it.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ms. Sellers, for, I know it's takes a lot to be vulnerable and to, especially do all that. But as a mom, you have no choice. So of course that is the essence of you that is out there that you need to go back and recover. And so in light of a lot of what you were saying, with we are the power. So people power is the ultimate power. Also, when we think about those creating the people, that right there is extremely powerful. But when our voices are individual or even in small groups, I think a better effective way, to really show that we intend and will have change is by having all of this legislated. So currently my role, as midwife that I do full time, but I also am the current president of the Midwives Association of Florida. We can be out here all day long saying, oh, it's not fair that we're not getting paid. Oh, it's not fair that when we go to the hospitals that they don't treat us like medical providers and they treat our clients as if, they're horrible criminals criminals, or whatever the case is, until it is in legislative law that is upheld by each citizen in the country, then it continues to be an outside battle. So what I would like to see, especially coming from all of us coming together, Protect the Starseeds, the nonprofit, part of what we especially are building resources for is to have legislative means to be able to have bills be written and also passed, not just in the state of Florida, but all over, our nation. So these bills can put into place, either policy changes, protocol changes, in which if it in any way creates more harm in terms of more positive benefit, it's a law, just like a statistic or a metric that any business or any health industry needs to uphold. So in doing so, we can create a for real change. Some of us, those who are loud enough and those who happen to be blessed enough to have people grab on to the momentum of what's happening, are the ones who get seen and heard. And some people don't have the benefit of being a squeaky wheel. I've had a lot of people reach out to me due to my involvement with Syesha at this point, looking for help, and some of them are deaf people. Imagine their rights. They have the right to have a sign language interpreter, or someone who speaks their language if they don't speak English provided to them, but yet these things are not being upheld. So part of what needs to happen is systems in which we sue them. When people come up and tell us, oh, can you help me? This and this is what's happening. Going forward, yes, we do that, and we enact policies and protocols where there's accountability for these systems, so that we don't continue to perpetuate what's happening ongoing. And so, Protect the Starseeds right now is in the beginning of these stages for this particular work. But, I encourage everyone to, support nonprofits out there that specifically do some of this work, and to also educate yourselves. Another feedback or at least tip I can give is get your records. Whenever I have clients, I make sure that they're well educated as to what is going on with them, what is normal, what is not normal, and why. And I like for them to have their stuff on hand, because I'm going to tell you, being on the other side, as a healthcare provider, we're trained to chart defensively. What that means is you chart and you put certain specific words in there so that anything that may come up or whatever the case is, pretty much the chart is law. If it was never written in it, it never happened. i.e., if it was written in it, it happened. So what Ms. Sellers is saying is that stuff is being falsified, in which people can put things in there stating that XYZ happened, this is what they said, and this is actual official medical record that can be used in the state of law and held against her, despite the fact that she has nothing that added to that. So when you have, doulas and midwives who are your advocate, who also have charts, now we're fighting on the same level. We're fighting, medical chart with medical chart, as opposed to what a victim is saying, opposed to someone who is seen as an authority figure. And so that's another thing that creates a lot of trauma, is when you have inequitable systems where people are not truly informed and they do not have the resources to be properly advocated for, thereby being led right into a thing or signing something so that they can finally get their child back and be done with all of this, not realizing what actually is going to happen for the remainder of their time long term when they sign those case plans. So when you in fact have possession of your chart and medical records, there's a reason why in the state of Florida, you don't technically have, not in the state of Florida, but in this nation, you don't have possession of your own records. This belongs to you. This is about you. Same thing for your children and your babies. Having that kind of stuff, proper documentation with people you trust, is absolutely critical, because not having any information also can then somehow at times be used negatively against you. So
I also wanted to add, this is Ms. Sellers again. I also wanted to add that, you're very right. It is very important to obtain your records and your file. And also understand that anytime you're involved with the system and, they are begging you to, submit to a case plan, just remember that you are waiving your rights to your children. That's all I have to say.
Wow. Thank you very much, Ms. Sellers and Midwife Audrey. If you're just tuning in, we are talking right now with Ms. Sellers about her situation. If you haven't seen the video, we want to show you. So, graphic imagery, fair warning.
Do you want to talk to me? Because I'm living with my baby Cooper. And I'm not playing Cooper. I'm living with my baby. I'm living with my baby Cooper. I'm talking right here. This is where I'm talking. So look, what y'all want to talk about? What do y'all want to talk about? The baby has to stay here. The baby's not staying here. Look, let me tell you something. The baby does not have any drugs in the system. Does he? Does he? Does he? Hold on. Don't. One time. You're gonna hurt my baby. You let go. You're gonna hurt my baby. You let go. Don't do that. You let go. Hey, don't do that to me. Let go. Let go of me. Please. No. You guys, I have not broke a law. You guys cannot do this to me. I know, but you guys are trying to take my baby. Please let go of me. Please. I will cut the backpack if you don't let go of your arm. No, please. Let go of your arm. I'll cut it. Please, let go. Hold on. She's got a bag. You guys, please let go of me. Yeah. I got it, Cooper. Oh my God. I got it. Please let go of me. I can't see the cuff. Go ahead and get the other cuff, and then we can. I can't breathe. I cannot breathe. I got it, Cooper. Oh my God. I got it. Please let go of me. I can't see the cuff. Go ahead and get the other cuff, and then we can. I can't breathe. I cannot breathe. Let go of your hand, or you're going to get resisting as well. I have the bag on my head, that's why I can't let it go. What are you doing? The hand I'm on. Got it. Okay, now listen, hold on. Wait. Listen. Where's my shoe at? Can I have it? You need to come talk to me, because look what you just did. What are you trying to take my baby for? No, you did not try to. You don't know. Because I'm so upset. They kidnapped my baby. Please. You don't understand what's going on. But you have to give me a chance to explain to you the situation that's going on. But you know, this way. I don't want to go. Here we go. Don't. Where's my baby? Where's my baby? Where's my baby? Where's my baby? Where are we going? Why did you guys let me do that to me? Why are you going to let me? 3 be 10-4. You guys need to bring my baby. Can you let me? Sit. Don't talk to me. Sit. Don't.
I would like to point out here for Ms. Sellers that she was discharged from the medics, that all that was happening there was an illegal removal. And I would like to point out the mind game that they play with our women here. They gave Ms. Sellers discharge papers to say you are leaving. Next thing you know, they are meeting her with police officers. So when they put this forth on record, they will say that she was being disordinate, that she was being resistful, uncompliant, and that nobody released her, and that she was trying to kidnap her baby practically. When we all see, and for those who know and follow Ms. Sellers and Operation Stop CPS, you can see the discharge papers that a 31-year-old Ms. Sellers was released in perfect conditions, and a young male child, newborn baby, was released in perfect conditions. So there shouldn't be, none of this should have happened to this mother. I just want to put that in and leave that clear.
Thanks so much, Jay. Yes. Yeah, this is what we're dealing with, family. For everyone who is in this space, this is the reality of what we're dealing with. This is how the system respects mothers who have just given birth. I want to bring to the stage Amanda and Tafferah from Operation Stop CPS to give more light on the situation, because they have been fighting actively. Amanda, Tafferah, the stage is yours.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to breathe for a second, right? From what we just saw, right? I mean, we've had to witness that video over and over and over again as we are trying to raise awareness for this problem, because for so long, the system has been allowed to operate in secrecy. And that's why it has become so powerful. But I want to inform everybody, like specifically of like Miss Sellers' experience and the fact that CPS did not have the authority to take her child away. But we just saw her baby Zephaniah get ripped from her hands. She went to the hospital to give birth. She gave birth at 5:06 a.m. on May 17th without any complications. There was an issue with the temperature, and she just wanted Zephaniah to stay in her room because of COVID. She was just exercising her rights, but they told her that she was angry and overreactive. But they fixed the problem. They did skin-to-skin contact. They put him in the warmer, and she the rest of her time at the hospital was uneventful, except for breastfeeding Zephaniah and bonding with her baby. And then on May 19th, Kamika Joyner with Fayette County Health and Family Services arrives at the hospital to initiate a report, right? We got to remember that. She was there to initiate the report that was made maliciously by the hospital. That's all she had the power to do at that moment, was to come and talk to Miss Sellers, have a conversation about what the hospital said they were concerned about in these 3 hours of his birth, because he was born at 5 o'clock. And the hospital social worker made the report by 8 a.m. What are you worried about? What happened? What happened? Nothing happened except for the illegal removal of this child. Because Kamika Joyner, when Ms. Sellers just simply asked, why are you here? What are the allegations made against me? Which is her right. The federal government protects that right. CAPTA says you have to tell me why you are here. She asserted that right. They called law enforcement. They called security, and then we witnessed what happened. They didn't have a court order to remove Zephaniah. The hospital did not have a hold at the time of that removal. There was nothing that allowed that Officer Cooper with Lexington Police Department, to remove and put his hands on Zephaniah or Miss Sellers. But here we are, still fighting to get Zephaniah out of this system. Here we are, still saying that this is illegal, when they have all of the information to say that it is. Because guess what? Ms. Sellers went to trial. Everybody was able to hear that audio. And if you haven't, you can go on our on Operation Stop CPS's page to hear it. But hear the judge say that Zephaniah was at risk of neglect because Ms. Sellers intended to leave with the hospital with her child. Now, this doesn't make any sense, and that's why we're here. Because we got to think outside the box about this. We have to be specific in our call to action, because you can see how they play their games. You can see it. We can see it very clearly with technology now. And so how are we going to respond in power to this? How do we stand up with these families?
And just going and piggybacking on what has already been said, again, like the family before, Eddie and Nekaybaw, here we have Ms. Sellers, a conversation. I cannot emphasize that enough, a conversation, because Ms. Sellers asked the question, same thing, Eddie asked the question, Nekaybaw asked the question, then we have a power struggle. It's still based off of a power struggle because you felt that you shouldn't have been questioned. But this is the sad part. Because of that, kids are in custody. Because of that, you've broken. Like Ms. Sellers can't even breastfeed anymore. She wanted to breastfeed her child. Nekaybaw wanted to breastfeed her child. They were robbed of that. Where does that make sense? And we have to be outraged from this. We have to respond as a community, because when you look at it, right, for what it is, they took these children away because of an ego and a power struggle. Like what happens? Oh, because I go in the gas station and I say, hey, I got $10 of gas, and the clerk says, no, you didn't. So what are you gonna do? Take my car? I mean, that makes no sense. I'm trying to make it make sense to the community. These kids, did you see how Zephaniah was just snatched out of Miss Sellers' hand like a rag doll? Did you see how Miss Sellers was like, I cannot breathe? Like at that moment, it was, I can't breathe. And then for the hospital to say they did the right thing, they said that before the video came out. But you see how the cover-ups happen, the things happen. Just like Amanda said, and you could go on Operation Stop CPS's page, Facebook or Instagram, and see this. During the court case, the judge said, I believe Miss Sellers is neglectful to Zephaniah because when she came to the hospital, I know she had the intent on stealing her baby, taking her baby. Well, common sense says if I go to the hospital and have a baby, I think I'm trying to take my baby home. I don't think I'm just going to say, hey, I'm having a baby. Let me leave and go home and keep my baby there. So where does that make sense? And then it's playing on the intelligence of the people. It's playing on the intelligence of the community. It's playing on all our intelligence because we're supposed to say, oh yeah, that's right. That makes sense. No, it's time to stop that. It's time to stop accepting the things that they are saying. Again, as an ex-social worker in the system, I am appalled as to how these removals actually happen. And as a ex-social, we apologize for that. Like we apologize because we were part of this system. But it's time to stop. It's time to reverse the role, the roles of each and every individual.
Amanda and Tafferah, abuse versus neglect. Please help us to be clear on this. There's a comment in the audience that's asking, and I think that is very important because they use this term neglect so widely. What exactly is abuse versus neglect, and which communities do they impact? Is it a strategy by CPS to divide us?
Oh, most definitely. Most definitely. When it comes to abuse is something that you can observe, right? If a child has a mark, you can observe that. You can articulate the problem. But so the government created neglect to catch everything else, right? If a child has his shoes are too tight, right? Or the school feels like the clothes are dirty, or the mom is a stressed out parent, right? Because she's working to pay bills to support her child. And her child might go home and have to watch TV until mom gets home. But then the neighbor sees that as neglect because they feel there should be an adult there. It's just that simple that's a neglect report. But what happened? There was no law that was broken. See, abuse, you break the law. It's clearly defined. It's abuse. Neglect is the anything else that CPS is allowed to then, it's the appropriate versus inappropriate parenting. It's the feelings that become involved. It's well, I wouldn't do that with my child, right? Or you're, I don't know about what with Miss Sellers. Well, she's angry and overreactive. That's neglectful. Well, what does she do? What's the abuse that you can clearly articulate and observe? So that's how the government has been able to kind of skirt around this issue that in order for you to intervene into a person's life, they have to break the law. Right? In order for the government to have the authority to take someone's child away, they have to do something wrong. But if you call it something different, and then you just get your foot in the door, you can do whatever you want. So that's what the government has been able to do by this abuse track, and then this neglect track that catches everything else.
Yeah, because with speaking on that, it's just like with Amanda, she worked in abuse and that detail physical abuse and sexual abuse, right? So she might have a caseload of five children, 5 families, because it could be numerous children on that 5 families. And myself, because I was handling the cases with neglect, and if I came into the home and saw abuse or sexual abuse, then I would still handle it. But whereas Amanda would have 5 cases, I could have 26 cases. Because of that simple word neglect. And I was holding my hand up because I was saying every time Amanda made a comment, my hand went up because that would be a report for me. Like she said, it's you have to remember the people that are taking the phone calls, the people that are making these decisions, these are people. And when I say people, it's because, oh, your house might not look as clean as mine did. Oh, well, okay, well, I think that, like you said with Miss Sellers, oh, she's being angry. Eddie, oh, he's asking too many questions. Where is that illegal? None of that is illegal. But we put that term neglect because we can, dress it up.
Midwife Audrey, can you please mute?
Yeah, so you can dress that up to make it be whatever you want it to be. It's like a gift. If you put a package on and you don't know what's in the package. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna cover this up. So we're gonna use the term neglect. But again, anything can be neglectful. I mean, my child's downstairs. Am I neglecting her by being on this? Anything is neglectful. So how are you going to say it's based off a biased opinion and not law?
It's not, and just the fact that bringing it full circle, right, to why we're here, in the fact that these babies are not home over allegations of neglect that aren't even against the law, right? These malicious reports. Right now, Zephaniah has had COVID. He's been to the hospital 2 times. He was rushed to the hospital with 102 fever, and CPS wouldn't even give Miss Sellers the courtesy of keeping her up to date on her child's health after getting diagnosed with COVID. He's currently in the home in a foster home that's under investigation for neglect, but they came and had a 5-minute conversation with Miss Sellers and snatched her baby, but brought her child to the home under investigation. Come on, this don't make no sense.
So, Amanda, I actually want to point out a few facts that you guys said. So the word neglect is so broad, right? So in this case with Miss Sellers, it's a bit different because the baby was just born 3 hours and they were already considering her action neglectful. Can you elaborate when they said in that filing, how was the child already after 2-3 hours being born, the mother been registered as neglectful? And if I'm not mistaken, due to her impoliteness is also why she had CPS call on her. Can you elaborate a bit more on that?
Okay. So the judge said that it became neglectful when Miss Sellers, first of all, said she didn't want anybody in her room and she didn't want Zephaniah to go back to the nursery. So the judge,
and this was in 2019, yes, during COVID times. 2021 during COVID times. My apologies.
Right. So she said that she was neglectful because she was interfering with what the nurses wanted for Zephaniah. Well, no, because everything Miss Sellers asked was you can do that at the hospital. But moving on. So the judge said that was neglectful. And then when she asked about the temperature and, the break, she said that was neglectful because she was giving the hospital nurses a hard time. And she didn't want the baby's fever to be checked. And she didn't want the baby to go back to the nursery. And she was just being over dramatic about what was going on with Zephaniah. So at this point in time, she was neglectful. She was neglectful when she walked into the hospital because she knew that she was going to take her child. And that's neglectful because she knew that she didn't want the hospital staff, intervening in Zephaniah's life because she knew what was best for Zephaniah and not the nurse.
Right there, I would like to not kind of engage with the audience and for those who are here to answer this question. And if you're a mother and a father, when you are expecting a baby and you walk into a hospital, what are your expectations? Are your expectations, like Tafferah said, to leave your baby at the hospital, or your expectations beforehand even going to the hospital to take your child with you home safe? I would like you guys to engage in that as well. For those who want to answer, you feel free. Thank you, Amanda and Tafferah. I would also like to reignite this full circle here when it comes to Miss Sellers. Miss Sellers, after 2 days of giving birth, she was released with medical documentation. Amanda, Tafferah, do you guys have those at hand so you can share that screen and show people the release papers so people can know that this is all that we are saying has facts and has been the reason these families are speaking is because this is their truth. There's nothing made up about this. There's no exaggeration about this. A woman was released with release paper. She is expecting to go home with her newborn baby, and she is met by police officers, CPI officers, and nurses who are saying she can go nowhere, like she doesn't have rights. One officer felt like he had the right to reach towards the child's car seat and put the child in danger. And I would like to make this testimony. That officer who decided to reach out towards the child's car seat and put the child in danger would have not been at fault if, God forbid, anything would have happened to that child. They would have put that on the mother for being resistant and putting the child in danger. Those would have been the charges she would have been met with. And now the officer who felt entitled to wrap his hand around her neck, as we saw on the video, till she said, "I can't breathe," and they're telling her, "Stop exaggerating. We're not choking you that hard, or we're gonna cut your arm off, or we're gonna cut this off." So I just want to re-emphasize on these matters that these families are going through. And yes, it is barbaric. This is a newborn. They didn't have no consideration. So thank you, Donisha.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Amanda and Tafferah. Thank you, Ms. Sellers. Wow, I'm really glad that you allowed us to take a breath before moving into it, Amanda, because this is serious moments that we're living through, breathing through. You know, I have a friend who always says this is George Floyd time, which means that this is the time for us to utilize this moment to say something out loud, speaking truth to power. I want to invite everybody in the room to, at this moment, just pay attention to our screens. We will be sharing a QR code. That way you can connect directly to the families to support everything that is happening. So here we have a QR code for Eddie and Nekaybaw and Kimmaire Sellers. We'll allow the moment for you to do a screenshot if you're on your cell phone. If you're on your computer, take a picture. Visit, support. You've heard the families' testimonies. You've heard the expert opinions. We want to see this movement moving. The hashtags for the campaign are assigned. Hashtag bring our families home. Visit at Operation Stop CPS for more information and the live video that you saw on Ms. Sellers. Jay.
Yeah.
You know, when we're talking about these serious matters, the tension can rise so quickly. Can you guide us through just a minute of breathing, getting ready for our second section?
Yeah, say no more. I would like to invite those who are here today to alchemize these energies. That they are heavy, and we want to continue to inform and bring awareness to the communities and to the families and to how to stay protected, as well as to alchemize all these energies that are being received today through this new information, relived information. So for those who are joining, I invite you to sit down, ground your feet to the floor, ground yourself. Inhale, hold, release. Breathe in, hold, release. Now, as we breathe in and we hold, I would like you to scan your body for energies looking to linger in your soul. If it's either anger, rage, disappointment, worriness, anxiety, whatever it is, harness it. And when you breathe out, you're going to transmute that energy into alchemy of energies of success for these families, energies of healing for these families. So breathe in, hold and scan. Transmute as you breathe out. For the last one, I would like you to tap into your pineal gland, activating your sacral chakra, the chakra of creation. And here together, we are going to create and manifest with our third eye and pineal gland a reality where all these families are served with justice. All that is happening here and now comes to an end for future generations. And today, here, all that have come in to spread awareness within their realm. Breathe in. Hold. Relax. And envision. Envision the justice. Envision community protection. With that, I say, Ashe, Namaste, Amen. Donisha.
Ashe, give thanks, Chinyere. It's important for us to keep ourselves centered within these moments. The work that is called upon us to execute is larger than life itself. There has never been a moment like this before. The visual, the documentation of what has been happening to our brothers because of police brutality has helped to amplify the discrepancies in the system and show us in real life. But what we haven't been able to see is what is happening to our children. And we just have to be intentional about how we move forward, be as protective as we are, and just keep true to what it is that we believe is right. We want to now create the space to invite Brittney onto the stage. Brittney is the protective parent who found herself in a situation by virtue of trying to support another child who came into her life. Chinyere has been hosting a room called Clubhouse for the past, a room on Clubhouse for the past couple of months, where many of these family stories have been able to centralize. And just as a reminder and a call to action, visit this room. Tune in every day to find out how you can support, not just today on the Townhall. Families are going through it in real life. Brittney?
Thank you so much, Donisha, for the call to action. When it comes to collective consciousness, tune in to Clubhouse and look for the club Collective Consciousness. This room is hosted every 3 p.m. Eastern Time. When it comes to Brittney, she is a mother of Tegan, 9-month-old, who was removed from her care because she chose to protect another baby. That baby was the niece of her husband at the time, who, when she finally, after being passed down through foster system, was given to Brittney. Brittney noticed that there was a depletion in the child's behavior and ways of being at 2 years old, was not eating, was not talking, was not eating properly. As those concerns, she went in to get the child checked 4 times to different physicians. 4 different doctors saw this child and said nothing is wrong with Michaela. Michaela now, weeks later at 5 a.m. when Brittney came out of work, and it was confirmed by investigators and police officers that she was at work at 5 a.m. when she came out. Her husband came to the room stating that something was wrong with Michaela. They rushed Michaela to the hospital. And in the hospital, they found out that she had a brain hemorrhage. Due to that brain hemorrhage that she couldn't explain, they said that she is unfit to be a mother to Tegan, a baby who's never had abuse, never has been neglected or anything. When it comes to Tegan, she was a healthy 9-month-old baby in the care of her mother and father. Now, 2 years later, she has not been reunited with her mother, and her mother's rights were terminated 7 months after her removal. Brittney, where are you today?
Thank you, Jamar. Okay, so today I'm pretty much still fighting in any capacity that I can. So literally, as crazy as this is, my rights were terminated the exact same day they filed the petition for an expedited TPR for me. It took them 2 weeks after they took Tegan from me to file an expedited petition. And to this day, I have no idea why. I hear multiple stories, but none of them make any sense when you think about the Florida statutes. And so I'm still trying to make sense of it. But I filed an appeal immediately after, because it took the state a month to get the final order in writing. And the moment I got it, I filed it. And then the Second District Court of Appeals affirmed the lower court's decision August 11th of 2021. And the sad part is I don't even believe that they bothered reading the appeal. I think that when they saw what circuit the case was coming out of, they just basically passed it through. And I feel this way because when I put in a motion for a written opinion, I was not even important enough to give a reason why they felt that I didn't deserve my child who had nothing wrong with her at all. And my child never had her own actual case. Everything about Tegan's case was surrounded around Michaela. And I thought that was bizarre because I was told so many times that her case was supposed to be separate, that they were supposed to investigate any type of alleged abuse or anything on her, and they didn't. So I basically lost my child, and I have no idea why. And then and the funny thing is when my paid attorney, when I first retained him, he said that there was kind of like a running concern in like Hillsborough County and just the circuit in general. And the thing is that they say if you want to adopt a child with no questions asked, go to Pasco County. And I would never forget that because I could not even understand why more people or more attorneys were not basically trying to expose the corruption in my county. I just couldn't understand that. Like, they know that it's a problem here. You know, where I am in Pasco County in Newport Richey, it's a high poverty rate, it's a high homeless rate, it's a high drug addict rate, it's everything. So they basically just use this as their picking grounds for children. And it's just, you know, it's hard because like at this point, it's been 21 months since I've been able to be a mother to my child. And we've tried everything, me and my family. I've tried, even before they terminated rights, I opted to get my child with family from the beginning. And they constantly made excuses as to why my family wasn't fit. They said that they didn't think my family could be protective. Two family members had approved home studies out of state, and they denied them, saying that, you know, they didn't think that they could be protective, or they didn't think that my family was capable of following a court order. And it was always just like sly remarks. And I found out that not every court hearing is actually recorded. Like, it's not reported. Like, when they get the transcripts, it's basically the accounts of the guardian ad litem, the Department of Children and Family, the assistant state attorney, and whoever takes notes. There is no court reporter. And so basically they can just say whatever they want to say. And it's been plenty of times where they said sly remarks to me, even in court hearing. They never addressed me by my name. They kept saying, you know, ma'am, or or finding ways to get my attention. And, you know, the judge even made a comment, you know, about, you know, basically my educational background, saying that, oh, well, you're too smart to play dumb. And I still don't know what that means. Like, the only thing that I did in this entire situation, I opened myself up to CPS because I initiated everything when getting Michaela. I allowed them into my life and into my home and gave them access to my daughter. That's the only thing I did. I did everything that they asked me to do. It took months. It took almost a year to get her. I did everything, passed every background check, every home study, did everything that they asked me to. Me and Tegan lived perfectly normal for 6 months prior without incident. And it's just really just heartbreaking that I was just really just trying to get a baby out of the system because she didn't deserve to be there. And now I have my child with perfect strangers who want to demonize me and say horrible things about me just to keep her, when they signed on to just look after her until my family was able to. And it's just really hard. Like, even the detective, when all of this started, 2 days into the investigation, said he was going to make sure I never got my baby back. And that's what they're allowed to do. The CPI involved, her name is Beth Mason, she promised my daughter's current caregivers that they were going to get her. And this is before any investigations even started. And so it's just, and now I've been served with gag orders. I'm being harassed by the police. And I'm still not a criminal. I still have no record. I still have not been charged with anything, still to this day. And I'm being treated like I committed a mass murder. And it's really hard, but I cannot stop fighting. I'm doing everything that I can at this point to see that there is justice, because they're masking, or they're putting a mask on information. They're calling information confidential, but it's all lies. So I'm not understanding that basically they're making it impossible for you to expose their lies by deeming it as confidential, because they were able to lie in open court and perjure themselves and create documents in my daughter's fist-fin notes and create narratives that didn't exist and conversations that never happened. And when you speak out against it, they're saying, oh, that's confidential information. You can't say that. And I don't understand when lies become confidential. It's almost like they create it to protect the fact that they're constantly falsifying information. But I have so much information of falsified documents. Like, even my signature was forged on one document, and there's nothing that I can do about it until I find somebody willing to fight for me to expose it. So I have all this information that I can't say anything about, I can't do anything about, because all of it is deemed as confidential. And so at this point, I'm moving forward to the best of my ability. The goal is to still get Tegan with family, because that is her family. And I don't think it's fair to Tegan that she has to be subjected to a substitute or surrogate family, or what they called it was a parental substitute. And I don't think it's fair that she has to be subjected to that because they don't like me and they see her as a payment. And that's not fair. So I'm doing everything that I can to ensure that my child gets with her family, who loves her, who have been fighting for her just as long as I have, and who have been overlooked by Florida in general because they don't like that a Black family stands together and supports one another. The very thing that they admired about my family when getting Michaela, they are now making an issue when it comes to Tegan. And I don't understand that. It's a double standard, and I just don't know, but I'm not gonna give up. This has been really, really, really hard. This is like the hardest thing I've ever had to do in my entire life. And I have given birth. And this is by far the hardest. It's spiritually, mentally, emotionally, and even it takes a toll on you physically. And I haven't seen Tegan in a month on video. I haven't seen her in person in almost 2 months, and they won't let me see her anymore. So, I just pray for my daughter every day, hoping that we are eventually reunited again. And no matter how long it takes, this is what I'll be doing.
Thank you very much, Brittney. Jonathan and Dr. Pryce, I want to invite you both to the stage. Dr. Pryce, maybe you can comment first on this situation from your research. Is this a normal case? Like, how is it that a second child is taken?
When I used to carry cases and we removed a child from their parents and they were pregnant or had other kids, we had the authority, and I want to make sure that authority is in quotes, to take the other children, because we have essentially already deemed this mother, father, parent unfit. So when you say, is it normal? I guess my immediate answer is sadly, yes. I've heard story after story after story about not exactly the way the stories are today, but always pieces of it that are pieces to a puzzle that says this system is systemically racist. And the sad part is it is a normal phenomenon that I agree with the folks that talked earlier. We have to start getting this mainstream because it has largely been happening under the radar.
And Jonathan, to that, what was your experience as a CPI investigator on the inside? Because like Brittney said, Michaela was adopted. She already came with issues that were not disclosed to her prior to this. Is this a common incident?
So essentially, like Dr. Pryce was saying, unfortunately, yes. I recall in my past experience as a child protective investigator, the first removal that I was assigned, I remember my supervisor assigning that particular case to me because it was quote unquote an easy removal. And I say that because the mother already knew the procedures because she had 4 other children removed. And because how the law is set up, the process, once a termination of parental rights has been entered and that mother has been deemed unfit, it does make the process more simplified going forward if another child does come into existence. So And then also, I did want to note the just general catch-all in family law, and especially and particularly dependency law, is it's a war on words. So the catch-all is the best interest of the child. And when you use that terminology, at any point in time, if something happens that is adverse to the best interest of the child, that falls within that catch-all. So a parent who may take their child to a hospital and have questions about just trying to get informed consent, but those questions to obtain informed consent does challenge the authority of the doctor or whoever is in charge, and it's seen as resistance. And when that occurs, if one of those medical professionals calls in a report to a child abuse hotline, it becomes an allegation where a medical professional who is considered an expert in their field is recommending medical procedure or just medical advice, and a parent who is considered a lay person is not adhering to that advice. So from that report, depending on the medical necessity that it's deemed, the child protective investigator and the Department of Children and Families, just as a whole, they can start the process to where they're getting a court order from a judge to allow the medical treatment to occur, where regardless of what the parent voiced, because the medical expert is deemed the expert in medicine, whereas the parent is deemed a layperson. So they use that as a caveat to say you're not acting in the best interest of the child, to where and they will attempt to use that as a grounds for removal, a medical kidnapping.
Medical kidnapping, that term has been used so much over the past couple of months. For some, it is something brand new, but it happens very often. Amanda and Tafferah, Operation Stop CPS, please weigh in on this situation with medical kidnapping, and also what happened with Brittney.
Yeah, I definitely want to take that time, right, to really dig into Brittney's situation, because what we want everybody to understand is that the woman that you see is a strong Black woman, right? A scientist, the breadwinner of her family. She had went to work on December 5th because she worked third shift. She was at work. She didn't know what was going on, and she came home just to go to sleep before her girls woke up. And then she was told that her niece needed to go to the hospital. She was not there. She has not done anything to her child, but yet she just said it's been 21 months. 21 months that she's been fighting this system. Because when you look at the facts, when you talk to the actual people, it becomes very clear that Brittney is a protective parent. I don't understand what or how Florida failed to see this fact. How is it you can't make statements like parents are too smart to play dumb? What is that? What is that? That's not the law. They filed an expedited petition to terminate Brittney's rights. This happened on December 6th when they first got involved with this family, and they filed a petition to terminate her rights on December 23rd of 2019, the same year, the 2 weeks. How do you have the authority? How do you have the authority as the government to make that determination and to terminate this mother's rights and to follow this path And there's not one allegation made against Tegan. There is not one allegation that has been substantiated against Brittney. She has not been charged with a crime, but yet she has not seen her child in over a month. Florida, this is egregious. Florida, what is happening here?
And again, you have another family, another mother, could have had a conversation that was not like the conversation that they chose to have, where they accused mom before anything. Again, as an ex-social worker in the system, you can witness when kids are being abused. Tegan, and everybody can see it for themselves from the videos, from the pictures, Tegan was a happy baby. Mom and Tegan interacted every day. Mom did everything with Tegan. I was smiling because I saw one picture that just had me just look at the picture and stare at it for a while. But Mom and Tegan were at the zoo. And again, you have these people in this system that choose to separate these families. Mom was at work. Help me to make it make sense.
Tafferah, actually with that, I have a question here since, and I'm pretty sure everybody has this. Now, and for those who know a bit more about Brittney, especially through the rooms, and when it comes to Brittney and Nekayla, her medical record. So as a former CPI investigator, is it true that you have to withhold medical from the new foster home or the people who are caretakers of the child? And if so, why?
I guess the question you're saying, are you supposed to withhold information? No, you should never withhold information from a family. But can they?
Yeah. So to rephrase the question, so in the case of Nekayla, when she was given to Brittney noticed that there was something wrong with Nekayla immediately because of the milestones she hasn't reached, for several other reasonings that she has given prior to today, and that she found of concern. When she asked CPI officers and about these medical records, they said that she is not allowed to have them. And you guys just said that that's not true.
Right. So you should, right? If you are saying that you are going to care for a child that's coming into your home, you are acting as the parent and caretaker of this child. If something goes wrong, you need to be able to articulate a concern. You need to be like, this is your child. And so you should not be withholding, as a system, the CPS should not be withholding information from caregivers, because that is what Brittney was to her niece. She was her caregiver. Okay. Yeah.
So in that matter now, knowing that they willingly withheld information, what is your professional knowledge of understanding why would they withhold information from a family? Is it because they're hiding something? In the case of Nekayla, when she was in a previous foster home where she was in a car accident, do you believe yourself that they withhold that information because they knew that something might be wrong with the child? In your belief, what do you think? Not an expert, just as a human being, I'm asking this as well.
Yeah, I don't know in regards to what they're trying to withhold. I just know that it's a broken system. That's why this is happening. The fact that they have the power to withhold information, the fact that Brittney, said and out of the kindness and goodness of her heart that she would take care of Nekayla, and then this agency who she's in the custody of would say that she can't have this information. I don't know what they're trying to hide. I just know they shouldn't have the power to do it. Okay,
thank you. Now, last question when it comes to way CPI investigators worked with Nekayla, and how they treated Brittney according to Nekayla. Now, when Nekayla was in the hospital and Tegan was at home, during that time, how would you, as a former CPI investigator, would have handled this particular matter?
again, you know, like I said before, I would have arranged a home visit. I would have arranged a home visit with Brittney, and I would have told her whether that occurred. Most likely, it would have occurred that night, and I would have assessed Brittney's home. I would have assessed what was going on, and when I say assess, it just is a CPS term. I would have looked at everything that was in the home to make sure that Tegan was fine. I would have scheduled a follow-up meeting with Brittney, most likely that next day, or if it was Friday or Saturday or Sunday, then we could talk on Monday. From that, I would have communicated with my supervisor. So if my supervisor stated, well, because remember, I'm the person that's out there. I dictate how this works based off of what I'm seeing. And so I would have consulted with my supervisor to say, you know, well, I don't think that, you know, there needs to be someone in the home with Brittney while she's there with Tegan, or what do you think? Do you think that, you know, while she's there, she can call a family member, if someone else can come to the home? And because Brittney stated that her ex-husband, they charged him, I would have asked, like, okay, well, so that we can get through this investigation and see what's going on, do you mind if he actually stays at a friend's house or somewhere like that? Or maybe, you know, you and Tegan can go somewhere and we can just work this, you know, work this out to see what's going on, because I need further documentation to see. I need medical records. I need to see and compare like what's going on and make sure that, you know, Tegan is where she needs to be as far as anything
So,
else, but it would be a checkup. So those are three different ways.
okay,
that
so I would like to point that out real quick. So when you say the former husband of Brittney was the one taking care of the child, and at this point we all know that Brittney was confirmed to be at work on this occasion, yes? So you guys as former CPI investigators, with that information, how would have there been proceed? How would the proceedings would have gone, knowing that a mother was actually not home or involved at the time? Yet this mother Brittney, who was not home or involved at the time, they were still able to remove her 9-month-old child from her care, who was never been hurt or abused. How would you guys as former CPI officers would have handled that scenario?
Right.
it would
I
have
mean,
been the same.
investigate. I mean, that's the part of investigation. When a report comes in, it is the job of the investigator to find out if the allegations are true or not. Because allegations without evidence or proof are just allegations. No, I mean, they're just written on a piece of paper. And so when you go out to the home and we would have interviewed Brittney, and she would have told us the timeline of events and the fact that she was not even present, right? I mean, if you look at Brittney's information, there is another witness that saw the child fine, happy, like fine when she left for work. So it places her outside, and she is not a suspect in this case. It is proven because she was not charged, right? A law enforcement did their investigation and she was not charged with a crime, but yet CPS has her child. And so that's the disconnect between a formal investigation, which law enforcement did and proved that she did not do anything wrong, but yet CPS, because the grounds for removal is so much, the burden of proof is so much less than what CPS has. And so I personally, because again, I have never done anything but investigations. I have stayed in abuse case, like I have investigated abuse cases for 10 years since the beginning of my career. And so I have met so many families in this situation, and I would have never taken Tegan based on the facts of this case.
So just to answer something that I just saw, no, we are not saying that the former ex-husband was the one who abused Michaela. For anybody who has been following Michaela and Journey and Brittney's testimonies, histories, and truth, then you would know that there was something wrong with Michaela when they got the child. They took the child to four previous doctors only physically checked her and said she was fine, but never after the incident that she had in a car accident with her previous foster home did her previous foster parents follow up on checking her medically. The doctors who released the child that day didn't bother to do a CAT scan or MRI or X-ray for that matter on this child. Yet they released the child without no follow-up. And when you have some type of trauma, there can be prolonged response because there are underlying symptoms that you don't see at first hand when they're presenting themselves, especially for a child who can't communicate. So this was already stated, and this is not me pointing this out. When the CPI officer gave Nekayla to Brittney and denied her Brittney the medical records to this child, woke an alarm to me as wondering why. Why would anybody deny records if somebody is saying, I see something wrong with this child? Now, if we continue through this rabbit hole, if you want to take it all the way to who we have to put observation towards, we'll go to the medical field. Why? Because 4 different doctors, not counting the one who cleared Nekayla when she got into the car accident, saw this child. And to them, physically, the child was fine. If them with medical degrees and professionalism and all the blah, blah, blah backgrounds couldn't see it, how do they expect a woman who doesn't know the child's history on medical, what kind of past do they have, know how to treat this child properly? So for those who want to look for blame, instead of blaming the parents or the people who actually did empathetic move by even receiving a child in their home, let's start digging a little deeper and understand that this is a CPS cover-up, medical cover-up. And if you don't believe it, then ask the right questions. Don't attack other human beings. Thank you. Moving on, Tafferah, Amanda, do you guys have any other closing arguments that you guys would like to say here?
Well, I actually also want to ask them a question, Jay. Immunity. CPS workers have immunity. Can you explain that a little bit? How do we hold them accountable then as individuals executing on behalf of a system?
Well, right now, it's us bringing awareness to the fact that they have immunity, because I think a lot of people are not aware of that we had immunity, and what that is the fact that we are covered by certain policies, certain laws. Well, not even laws, certain policies, in the fact that you're protected. So immunity means that we are protected. And I'll give an example. Kamika Joyner and Miss Sellers case. Or even going back to Danielle with Ty and Sy. She had a case where the child was found dead in the freezer, but she's granted immunity because she's a social worker.
So would that fall on the broad term neglect that people like to use in these court matters towards innocent family members, but neglect was really done by a social worker and yet no repercussions or consequences was held towards this individual?
I mean, it could kind of be the same. And in regards to social workers having immunity, you have to think about the fact that they are acting as their job, like in their job capacity, which they have, so they have that protection when they have a badge on. And so that is, if you have good faith, if they could prove that they are acting in good faith. If I get a report as a social worker and I go out to a home, I'm being sent there by way of an investigation. The law allows me to. And so if I go out to the home and I do something, right, or there's a disagreement about how I should have responded in that circumstance, all I have to say is, well, sorry, but this is how I was trained to do it. And then I can go get written up, or, I can do a training session. But what does that really do? Because I'm protected by the badge because I am working in my official capacity. But we have to change that when we change our mindset, that workers, when they show up and put the badge on, they do not take away their human, like the human aspect. They are still people. And so when we take immunity away from social workers, we allow and we open up the floodgates for families to be able to go after social workers individually and members of this system that want to come after our babies.
So basically what you're saying, Amanda, is a call to remove immunity from social workers will help in accountability cases when it comes on to CPS. We're looking towards solutions.
Yes,
I'm right.
Immunity needs to be removed from social workers, from anybody operating in this system, and it needs to be proven. What is good faith, right? Just having a report does not, and going and doing your job is not good faith. What did you really do? How can you prove that you followed the law, not a policy? How can you prove that you followed the law? Because if you didn't, then you infringed upon a parent's rights, human rights. And that you need to be held accountable for that. There's no badge that should be able to protect you from that.
And I also think this is a good time to interject the legal concept of vicarious liability. So essentially, an employee of a company, so CPI, Child Protective Investigator, working for the state agency, being the employer, vicarious liability if that employee deviated from the scope of their employment beyond the scope of their duties that went beyond what their job duties entailed, so to speak, that would subject typically a person, an employee, to liability to be sued. And then if that employee, of course, being an employee, didn't have, so to speak, the monetary focus of a lawsuit, that's when you enjoin the state agency and the head of that agency, so the governor, the head of DCF, and you sue those people who are over those entities. But the thing about qualified immunity, it makes it harder to do that, just based on that. And it's not just with CPS, it's also with law enforcement as well, because there's the Law Enforcement Bill of Rights that gives police officers qualified immunity, and in that same breath, the CPS worker that has immunity, they're going to circumvent any criminal liability from bad decisions. And then also regarding just the specific case, if I were the CPI on that investigation, I would not have removed, because like my colleague said, you are in constant contact and consultation with your supervisor. And just because you're the eyes on the ground, that there would not have been anything to raise an alarm to warrant that, in my opinion. But also, I know the jurisdiction that I was in Florida, relied heavily on safety plans, which is not to be confused with the case plan. So the safety plan was just, if there were no substantiated allegations, it was essentially a contract that you made on the spot and you phrased it in a very positive way. And I'm sure my supervisor in a case like this would have tried to get me to implement a safety plan. And for example, a positive framing of this, if I was on that scene, would be, in the event my child needs reasonable childcare and medical attention, I will provide that to my child. And because you phrase it in a positive way, a lot of parents are more inclined to sign that document. But one thing that as a CPI, you don't tell the parent when you're on that case is you don't have to sign a safety plan. But unless the parent asks, you don't necessarily bring it up, because that's your safeguard to cover your butt if that vicarious liability issue were to come up. So it safeguards you, it safeguards the department, so to speak, to where, but also what it does, it catches the parent, because if anything happens that is contradicting that document that you signed with all those broad and general terms that really anything could happen if you signed that and something happens. Now you've broken that agreement, and that would be a ground to potentially remove your child if there was another call that came in and I were to leave that on the initial call. If I came in, instituted a safety plan, left, if a call came in whenever afterwards, having that safety plan in place would be a grounds for saying you violated the safety plan.
As you mentioned, safety plans, in our research, we were not able to find a lot of data on how many safety plans are issued per year to families. I mean, can we
with
get
that one, Donisha, if you see how many children are in the foster system, there's 500,000, right? So out of those 500,000, I get 75% of them. So we're talking about a good 300,000
You're talking way more
of
than
those
that.
that are there, right? That is, I'm talking about. Go ahead.
Not to cut you off, but you're talking higher numbers, because understand, for instance, a county like what I'm in, if we receive, say, and I'm just throwing a number out there, if we receive 100,000 cases, and of those 100,000, say only 10,000 are the terms they use are substantiated allegations of abuse. The remaining 90,000 can be unsubstantiated. But all 100,000 cases, I could have implemented a safety plan on, whether it was substantiated or not. So not tracking a safety plan, there can be families who have no allegations of abuse. CPI went in, got a safety plan signed, they recorded it in their notes, but that safety plan is not documented by any system. So essentially, but if a case comes up on you and your family in the future, they're going to pull that previous safety plan up that you signed from the previous case and say you violated those terms and go on with the process.
So another quick question, because money, how much money does a CPS worker get? Like, how does the money thing fall into all of this? They say follow the money, and then you can make sense of all of it. I mean, Jonathan, Amanda, Tafferah, how much money does CPS get per year, this institution get per year to kidnap children, pretty much?
I mean, this is a $1 trillion business. I mean, CPS runs $1 trillion business. The federal government is the one who executes the funds and authorizes the funds to come down to the state. And then the state is the one that releases the funds. It depends on how the CPS system is run. It's either the state keeps everything and then they distribute it to their workers, right? Because that's how it comes in, or to take care of children in foster care through these federal dollars that come down, or they give it to each county to deal with the child abuse and neglect problem that they have. Because that's all it is. The federal government, I mean, we got to simplify this and follow the money. It's $1 trillion industry, CPS, and the federal government funds it and sends it right down to the state to fund salaries.
Wow.
I mean, because think about it. If you have the more children that you have in the system, the more salaries you can pay, the more you can increase the problem, right? The more you can, the more research that you can create. I mean, create a job for a researcher to go research something to then make it a policy to create another job for it. I mean, it's just a cycle. It's just a cycle.
And back on US being society just in general being capitalistic, and the US corporation aspect, the funneling of that money down to the states and local, it all gets recycled back. So even if you have a private public partnership where a local government entity or state government entity contracts with a nonprofit to be a foster care agency type of a thing, or some type of business entity that handles background checks, all of those federal and state dollars that go into those contracts, you have to follow every dollar, because if any of those companies violate in any of their practices, and it's all a system, but that's the beauty and the design of a white supremacist system, or just a oppressive system in general, is to have multiple pieces working autonomously, so that way you cannot get a collective hold on the root of the issue. It's like a dangling effect. You can't get to the root of it because you're focusing on so many. But if you go after the main focus, and it is the multiple systems of oppression, it's the police systems, the court systems, the corrections, the CPSs, it's all of them, but they're facilitated by the same government. So we have to have vital change in legislation, policies, and targeted from all aspects, including grassroots.
So bear with me, because we are taking notes to put forward some call to action. And for everyone who is out there who wants to support, there's a volunteer link in the chat. Check the chat. We will share the QRC code shortly for that. Federal court, how much oversight and insight does the federal court have on dependency cases, family law? Amanda, Jonathan?
It's going to be absolutely none, just because, well, let me take that back. It's going to be the majority no oversight, because the family courts fall under the civil court system, which fall under the state court system. Now, if there is a matter of, say, a constitutional question, for example, regarding the constitutionality of a state law that's being implemented on a family, then you can raise it in a federal court jurisdiction. But as far as a federal court being the court of original jurisdiction to receive family law and dependency law matters, they leave that to the state courts to deal with.
And that's what I was going to say. That has been the issue and the problem, like Jonathan said, because the federal courts, when you try to reach out to that entity, they're actually funneling you back down to the state level, because this is their known statement. We don't handle cases like that. We don't handle family law like that. So, we need you to follow up with your state legislation. We need to follow up, with your county, because they are the ones, you got to remember, they are the ones who are funding this money down. Like, they are the ones who are implementing, we implement these policies and stuff like that, and they funnel this money down. So again, if you don't have any children in the system on the state level, county level, then where's the money, gonna go? It can't. So the federal government is like, okay, we're out of, but we're gonna fund this, we're gonna fund these programs, and we're out of this family law. And that needs to change.
So I'm making my notes. We are saying we need to call for federal courts to have more oversight into local family dependency cases. Written.
Yes, we definitely need to have more oversight on these cases. Just think about with Brittney's case. If there was federal oversight from the beginning, if this mom had a way to seek immediate relief, right? Like, this is what is needed in order to stop this system. We need oversight. And so when it comes to Brittney, as Operation Stop CPS, we stand in solidarity with Brittney to demand an independent investigation on this case. Her child should not have been removed. She is a protective parent, and this needs to end, Florida CPS. We are calling the federal government to action. We are calling all of the state representatives in Florida to action. Release Tegan from this system, because she has a family and she has a support system that is standing behind her. and this child has been spoken for by her community.
Thank you very much, Amanda. Yeah, so you hear it. Here is a QRC code. Take a screenshot. Support this family. Help us to bring our families home, bring our babies home, reunite our families. Jamar, I think this is the perfect time for us to play Nancy Schaefer. No,
I believe so. So Nancy Sheffer is a former senator in Georgia. She speaks on what is CPS corruption. For those who are tuning in and heard the testimonies of Amanda and Tafferah and Jonathan on how this CPS immunity has built a strategic way to make money to the point that it hits trillions of dollars. And this is how people are able to continue to do the work that they do and with an immunity. Because where you follow the money is where you understand how deep and how much of an impact this is making into our communities. So the next video you're going to hear is from Nancy Sheffer, the former senator in Georgia, who had to release her Senate seat because of the testimony she gave.
Well, my name is Nancy Schaefer, and I'm from the state of Georgia in the United States. And thank you for your gracious invitation to join you tonight. And thanks to all of you who have made this incredible World Congress of Families #5 in Amsterdam possible. It's a privilege for me to join you tonight and to be with you in some pro-family policy here. I will share with you on the unlimited power of Child Protective Services. I served in the Georgia State Senate, and after 4 years of viewing the ruthless and unsparing actions of Child Protective Services, also called CPS, which I will use tonight, I wrote a scathing report entitled "The Corrupt Business of Child Protective Services." Thank you. The report cost me my Senate seat. Here's some copies of the report if you'd like to get one. However, there are causes worth losing over, and this is one. I'm going to talk about some of the problems and then some realistic, maybe, solutions for families and children, and maybe look to some steps that we can take. This is not to say that there are not those children in wretched situations who need to be removed. There are, and we all agree. But tonight, I'm talking about those children removed from their homes intentionally for profit. Children are seized unnecessarily from their families due to the federal aid created in 1974 entitled the Adoption and Safe Families Act. It offers financial incentives to the states that increase adoption numbers. To receive the adoption incentives or bonuses, local CPS must have more children. They must have more merchandise to sell. Funding is available when a child is placed in a foster home with strangers or placed in a mental health facility and medicated, usually against the parents' wishes. Parents are victimized by the system that makes a profit for holding children longer and bonuses for not returning children to their parents. This is abuse of power. It is lack of accountability, and it is a growing criminal political phenomenon spreading around the globe. Oftentimes, but not always, poor parents are targeted to lose their children because they do not have the wherewithal to hire an attorney or fight the system. Being poor and lacking proper housing does not mean your children should be removed. CPS has redefined poor to mean psychologically inferior. Therefore, it is in the best interest of the child to be removed. Best interest, of course, has also been redefined at the child's expense. It has been reported over and over that 6 times as many children die in foster care than in the general public. Once a child is legally kidnapped and placed in official safety, the child is far more likely to suffer abuse, including sexual molestation and/or rape. Case workers and social workers are often guilty of fraud. They withhold and destroy evidence, and they seek wrongly to terminate parental rights while being protected by state immunity. There is a huge bureaucracy made up of judges, court-appointed attorneys, guardian ad litems, social workers, state employees, court investigators, therapists, psychologists, psychiatrists, foster parents, adoptive parents, and on, who are looking to the children in state care for their job security. Judges have control over private living arrangements and income of 48.3 million Americans. The United States Census Bureau reported in 2002 that $40 billion in transfer payments were made between households of custody parents and other parents. That money, $40 billion, is under the direction and control of family court judges in environments covered with confidentiality laws that protect the wrong people. Fathers are victims of this unjust system. Child support payments, even without having visits with their children, are choking the very life out of fathers. 3 fathers, of whom I am aware and have been in touch with, committed suicide in the last 12 months because they lost the opportunity to even visit with their children. These are
So that was Nancy Schaefer, former senator of Georgia. Yes, I see in the comments that a lot of people are saying, holy shit, she got murder-suicide. She was exposed. And I love that one individual stated a big fact. That individual stated that that was one of many, and that does not take away that she took a knee to stand for truth. Yeah, I do like to put logic behind things. And I would like to point out that Nancy Schaefer was also a former senator that was, if I believe, almost for 25 years plus serving. So for 25 years plus, she built a karma within her community. When less so, I like to use this example. If we were all to come into cahoots with each other and do a lot of gang stuff, and I decide to go and get a moral conscience during my retirement, and I speak off my truth, there will be consequences, especially holding a high power in such a form. So I would like to also address to everybody this point. We are just the people. We never had power. We didn't build this karma. If anything, we're just getting enlightened and woken to the fact that this is a corruption that is happening. And with this corruption comes speaking for one another as a community. When you see a mother coming to you saying that CPS came to them and removed their child, instead of asking them, what did you do? You should ask, what can we do to help you get your child back? Because it's already proven over and over since 1974 that CPS is not of service to us. CPS is here to harm and divide families from one another. So we do thank Nancy Schaefer for taking a knee for standing up for the children. We respect Nancy Schaefer, but so we also have to eliminate the realm of fear. Fear has kept people in the dark for so long. Mothers like Syesha, mothers like Brittney, mothers like Chinyere, Kimmaire. If it wasn't for them speaking up today, this would still be in the shadows. So thank you, Nekaybaw, for also taking action, and for all the mothers out there who decide to speak their truth. Just know that there's a community out here willing to take their time to support your truth and your history. Now I would like to introduce Chinyere. Chinyere is in Puerto Rico. And yes, as some may know, this is happening in all 50 states, all the way to Puerto Rico. She is a mother who gave birth to a 5.5-pound child, a bit small for his age, and at birth, and was released within a day and a half of giving birth. Upon her release, she asked the doctors, "Don't you think it's too soon? He is small." The doctors responded, "That is common. They have seen it, and they have even seen smaller children." 3 months later, while they're getting assistance and going to a WIC office, a WIC officer decided to tell this family that breastfeeding the child is not acceptable, and they want them to give the child formula. From them refusing the formula and continue to stay and stand their ground on who they are and what they choose to feed their child is breast milk, they got met with that WIC officer calling CPS on them. CPS came with police officers surrounding the neighborhood to remove this child from their family. Chinyere, where are you today in your fight in getting Messiah back?
Hi, everybody. Thank you for being here. I genuinely appreciate you all. Today, in regards to getting Messiah back, we are in the federal court. We filed a lawsuit in the federal court, a writ of habeas corpus and a writ of mandamus that is to demand the Department of Children and Families to release Messiah to our care immediately. We were not getting any true leeway in the state court, so we resorted to the federal court. One of the things that allowed us to be able to move into the federal court venue was the language barrier. We are in Puerto Rico, which is a United States territory. They legally should be providing us documentation in English, and they haven't provided us any documentation in English since our case began. And that ended up being one of the primary reasons why we were able to have a solid case in the federal court. Messiah will be 2 years old in November. He was removed at 3 months old. He's been in group homes since removal. So from 3 months old, they did not place him with the family. They placed him in a group home. There have been multiple COVID-19 outbreaks. They've had to move him to a different home. When they moved him to a different home, they moved him 2.5 hours away to the other side of the island, in a very remote side of the island. So they really do not take into consideration the family, the bond between the parent and the child. And it genuinely has been a nightmare for myself and my husband, but we have been doing the best that we can to support Messiah and ourselves and empower ourselves to continue this fight and to be able to share our story with others. And we do just want to encourage other people to really pursue legal action in the federal court. I know that's an immense step, mostly because of a financial barrier. What we did was we filed our initial our initial suit pro se, and it later was we were later assigned an attorney. So that is how we were able to get our case into federal court and how we're fighting right now. We do have a case plan. The reason why we move forward with signing the case plan is because that is the only thing that they are accepting. They are not accepting anything else. We did our own parenting classes. We took a class at Yale, we took a class at Stanford, and a class at an organization in Florida that also, gives classes to parents in Florida. They refused to accept that, so they wanted us specifically to take their classes. So we did that, and they still haven't returned Messiah. They asked us to do a psychological examination. We did that. It did not return any psychological problems or illnesses. However, they decided that we still need therapy because we need to strengthen what they call our parental capacity, which is, I guess, our capability to be able to raise our child. Again, so they did not have any the psychological evaluations did not show any actual psychological issues. However, they are still requiring that we have therapy for just because the therapist, stated that she felt like we were negligent because we are refusing to admit that we did wrong in our case. So you're not just fighting the Department of Children and Families in these situations. You are fighting literally the doctors. You're fighting the medical professionals or other professionals who are involved in this case. And once they have done their dirty work in the sense of doing everything to keep you away from your child, they then refer you to service providers who are in line with their beliefs and their motives to also, to back up their claims and help keep you separated from your child. Ross, I don't know if you want to, come in and speak a little bit from your end about Messiah, but that's really where we are right now.
Yes, I would love to hear from Ralph, Messiah's father. If we could hear your sound, that would be wonderful.
Greetings. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, sir.
Greetings. Yes, family. I just want to send out love to everybody on the line. I know that, God the Most High keep your heart pumping and keep these children's heart pumping at night, no matter what. So know that there's protection over them. I know that we have a very valuable mission to fulfill at this time. And it's going on, on the right time, and we're on the right course, no matter what. So don't let them, for 1 minute, actually take away any of your fullness, your happiness, because really and truly, they can't touch that. All of this is attempts and illusion, confusion, in order to try to disrupt something that's natural and sacred, and it disturb it in our reality. Yeah. I walk this with the Empress for a long time in Puerto Rico. I'm in Miami right now, working. That's the only reason I'm not with her right now. Family, I sit on the line and I listen to all I for a while, and I'm missing the spiritual glue in on the table of solution, like what we're gonna get to really stick, because yeah, we're all conscious now, or becoming more conscious every day of the powers that we really walking and talking and moving in this time. So I'm wondering, or I want to just open the table to those conversations about outside of, you know, the political processes and what things we can structure up together, because I know that's an easy part. We're very intelligent. I'm listening to everybody. We're very much intelligent people. We have our minds working properly. The spiritual practice about how we're going to deal with this is it can't be swayed from the goodness and power of, you know, certain scripture that stick to you and messages that come through you and all of this, because I've experienced some things that I can't really bring down in words. It's a little scant, to be honest, to try to describe it. Continue to treat yourself lovingly throughout all of this. A reminder to all of y'all, take time for yourself, you know. But I'm commanding all of, you know, the powers known and unknown, and all of the bodies that done walk through with this blood of, you know, the power of the real living Christ in them, to aid us right now and heal and touch all of the voids in these mothers, and to just soothe the children right now. And I burn out all wickedness, all things done in the dark, and iniquity workers that tried to plague over and in this time. And I'm confident that I know that we're gonna all see our victory on that time, you know. And I'm forwarding in love. As I look at these people, I just have to reflect the love that I see in my child onto them, because true, they are like our children because of their own ignorance to money and a system that's crumbling, that won't be even, nobody will be upholding it if there's no water and no toilet paper for you to drink, because you know they control that too. So all of that's something that they will do for fake money. All of the things that we could pin them down with receipts for, that's getting harder to trace, because you know they create these cryptocurrencies and they use them in their governments, so that, you know, there's not so easily tracking when they pay these, you know, pay for play government officials. I say look forward in love, stay grounded in love. I know that is the most power that we can move in first and foremost. Don't turn to any vengeance. Let all your wounds be settled, you know, like calm water. And yeah, remember to rinse off your body properly, and salt baths if you're not by the ocean. You know, this stuff is serious. Yeah. And one thing this has taught me is how to identify what is inhabiting in you know, while I'm interfacing with certain these entities inside of these, you know, human bodies. It's real. No hocus pocus talk, but I would like everybody's email. I asked everybody to put their email into this chat so that we can share in the mornings together. I would like to share some positive prayer and affirmation, because that's still the strength, and they can't get around that, you know. And when you stay grounded in that, like the trees that the Most High have planted, and they give us oxygen, they help us breathe, we're gonna be still, and we're gonna be still in that to continue to watch the greatness of what's going to reveal and marvel in front of our eyes with these star seeds that we all been blessed with. They have a greater purpose, and whether we know it or not, this is a small moment in time. So take up some fasting, you know, take up some fasting when it's too much. We got everything we need. We are, and I know the mamas, you know, I can never speak on what that might feel like, but, you know, I love y'all. Yeah, I love y'all. Thank y'all for forwarding life onto this planet to change it. Yeah, because they're definitely the change. That's why they're trying to make it seem as if they won't let them get a good start out the gate, because that's how fearful this creature have set up this something down here. But look through it. That's your greatest power. Look through it. Look right at them. You don't have to say nothing. There ain't no vengeance. I just see it. Mm-hmm. And then give them love and make them pass up and continue, you know? Yeah. And watch the babies. Just watch what joy and what other gifts they got to bring for us. Look forward to that in love. And watch out, y'all. Good evening. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they come from a lot of different angles.
I think we lost him there. But what a powerful moment for us to observe.
Thank you guys. I really appreciate you all for giving us the time to be able to share our situation with everybody. This is the first time he's been able to get on because he's been working a lot. Like he said, he had to actually leave because you know, it was never really our true intention to stay here this long. So you know, he's doing what he has to do on his end. So I appreciate again you guys giving us the time and creating this space for us to be able to share and to express ourselves and to educate.
Chinyere, sis, when we were speaking, I want to just touch back on a few things that you said to me. You said,
I'm sorry, my phone cut off. Sorry, family.
All right. No worries.
Yeah.
No worries.
Yeah, everything is beautiful in life still. And I give thanks for life. I give thanks for everybody on the line. And I give thanks to the warrior empresses that bringing through this new lineage of wow, change in this world, and they need it. But I do want to have us all sit with a question. You know, as we see this something in America, you know, everything is choice too and consent. We learned that in all this. And we still got this, like, I don't know, this choice or belief that we have to just endure over here when we don't. The whole world is your creation. And you can go in and everywhere and set up. I'm tired of talking about it. I want to see more action to that. I know we have a proper place at the table of the United Nations to get some more things set up for all indigenous families, that certain, you know, things in the Senate, yes, that can be passed to make things protection. But all of that still, I feel like is that amount of energy that can get set up to protecting something that's sacred, we could just go and set up someplace where that's already known when you step foot around here. No. I come from a different state of mind at this point. I'm separating my mind from that reality that they was pushing over us for how many years? No. That stuff is over. All of them is running around pushing fear. Ain't working with nothing else. Fear, agenda, and the drugs and tweaking with your food and your water. And we're going to stand over there and say, what? For how much longer with this? No, man, get my son, I'm get up out of here. I hope the best, and I hope y'all lead y'all an easy path to y'all perfect place that he have for you of peace and serenity for you all to move forward in and fully recover with your family from all of this. And all of them will be, y'all gonna be delivered from this in financial way tenfold. So I don't even worry about how the funds is gonna come about. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen rapidly. But remember, our riches is never in their system anyway. So, you know, we limitless creators on every level. So just remember, don't let them take your focus away from your creation neither. While they're trying to separate your family and your structure. No, yeah, I'm pushing strength over all of y'all daily. Please put the emails on here so that way I can, you know, send everybody this love in the morning, even if it's for a minute, just check it out. We can just all be in, you know, because we ain't gotta say a word. We all tap in. For those who tap in right now, we know what it is. We ain't gotta say nothing. We don't have to say nothing. Just look at it. Y'all feel everybody's energy, and that's how we'll move it. And I want everybody to, man, I want us to put together a big like collage with these babies' pictures on it, with everybody's baby and family picture on it. And I promise you, I'm gonna print it out. And yeah, you already know what's going down when I look at it. You already know. Big lion vibes, and y'all gonna get all the love. Y'all getting all the love and protection, and nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about. Y'all hear me? Every single one of y'all. You know you carry the blood of Yeshua. That they can't move, and they can say whatever. You can label it whatever. Be still as a tree in your love and your strength. You will be taken care of. You will be protected.
My brother. You know, you talk about spirit, and many people still think that it's just a physical battle that we are fighting, but spiritual warfare on every level, in every moment, in every way. And we give thanks for the item, for your bravery, because you're in a foreign land, even a further foreign land, where you do not speak the language of the people. And now you are faced to find a way to navigate. You know, so there are things that you have been able to do within your case. For instance, bring it to the federal court. And from what Chinyere was saying to me, it has placed pressure on how CPS acts.
Yes.
And that is what we need to do. We need to call for more, again, oversight and insight of these independency cases by the federal courts. Call to action. People are asking in the chat, call to action. At the close of this chat, this conversation, we will be making a call to action. We will be making a statement about how you can support in the physical. We need you in the physical.
Yes.
We also need you on the back end. So, like my brother said, put your emails in the chat. Reach out to us. Be prepared. Help us to bring our babies home. Jay.
Thank you so much. And Ralph.
Yes, sir.
That power, that energy, that spirit, that was just a true calling to warriors that you just made out. And to respond on that action, when you say, what do we need to do to make change? And it's not just speak on it, is as people, as beings, as spirits, unite and come into community with one another. One that we say we take a stance with one another. And in that stance, migrate wherever you feel fit and create your state, your being, your community in it. That is a calling in its own. So for those who understand that calling, we are saying to you, it is time to rise, not to fight in in riot or in protest that leads to riot, that leads to so many histories that we have seen prior to ours today. We're not asking for martyrs. What we're asking is for true beings of soul to unite and to understand that we have a calling here. The calling is to unify the balance that is the familyhood, the divine masculine, the divine family, and the divine child. This is why today all you hear is all the talk about you have to heal your inner child. That is not normal. You have to heal your divine masculine and feminine. That is not normal. And when you try to go into these states of consciousness, they tell you we're gonna keep you in by keeping your child hostage. That is not normal. We are a community of beings who are awaking through awareness. Spread your awareness, spread
Can I
your
speak on
knowledge.
one? Excuse me, sister. Make
Go
me
ahead.
speak on one thing that you just because while it's on my tongue. You know, when you speak on box you in from certain states of reality, your your own state. You know, these entities, they are very watchful means of technology to know who is who and what realm of operation in your mind and spirit that you are more time operating in. And they keep you boxed in from reaching these certain labels and states that they watch carefully with. Big up the CIA and the NSA. Big up yourself, man, for watching God's greatness unfold live on your TV screen. Yeah, you know, big up yourself. But they keep you boxing with these jobs and rewards. We don't see we just like they you know, little it's like they're just so easy to just come bring you all back. You can reach the top of Mount Zion, and all they have to do is just give you one little promotion at your job, or one little reward incentive, or a new item that you just like in this material world of consumption. And whoop, you forget all about it. You just left God. God will just leave you up so quick, just, whoop, and you're going back out there, going back on that road, searching for pleasure in the wrong places. And it's like, no, you're gonna serve the one living God that keep your heart pumping, my baby heart pumping, our baby's heart pumping. You're gonna serve that to the fullest right now, and you're gonna take a step back because you're gonna find out you playing around in the casino and the chips ain't no good when they lock you in and they say, you know, we're gonna decide to actually burn this thing today. Then ain't nobody want to play the games no more. It's not so fun. Then you're calling out to the Most High, the one you left for the chips at the poker table to try to get some more money. No, no. Don't be so fooled so easily. Keep your focus. Stay focused. Stay to that word. I don't care what your beliefs then spread to grow into. There's power in certain messages. And we all know them, even if we don't know it like that. Yeah. The grandmother spirit and try to get you some good programmers with their interpretation of the spirit of what they was receiving when they was reading that Bible, trying to push it on you and all that. Well, you know, it's power in everything. Take what you can, leave what you can. I love y'all. And we'll be all
Love
right.
to you as well. And we reflect and receive that love and reflect it back to you and to your family, tenfold, 100-fold. The power that is in you, we see and we acknowledge, and we thank you for being here today and continuing your fight and your pillar stance as a divine masculine. Thank you.
Rastafari.
Rastafari.
Yes, guys. So yeah, so opening up to the panel. I mean, Amanda, what lessons can we learn from this, apart from it's happening everywhere, not just mainland America, all throughout. And if we can shine a light on everything that is happening that you have heard today, how many other babies will this be able to bring home? How much change can we really make within these moments? It's a serious conversation. Do you believe in yourself? Do you believe in the feeling that brought you to the table today to listen? Have you been taking notes? Are you listening keenly? Because we need soldiers. This is a battlefield. It's a war to protect the Starseeds. But as my brother said, and I will reaffirm it, love. At the center of even the word revolution is an evolution. And it must start with love from the inside out, but love projected. So let this information not just fall on deaf ears. Every expression that you have heard, every feeling that you have felt, use these emotions to move this wave. Drive that attention, use your social media, use the hashtags. You've gotten a chance to see the QR codes, reach out to the families. Prepare yourselves. The call to action is now. What can we do today that will protect them for tomorrow and the day after that and the generation after that and we have to think carefully and strategically about what is happening. This is a classroom. I hope you've been taking notes because we're calling on you to stand with us as we call to bring our babies home. Amanda.
Yes. That question that you just asked, can change happen? I very much believe change can happen. I know it and I feel that change is going to happen because we are creating a platform that is magnifying the voices of these families. We are increasing the awareness of the problem. We are shattering the belief that this system has the power to take and kidnap our babies when parents have not abused and neglected their children. We are shattering that belief. We are questioning the law. We are creating our own table, right? We're no longer should we have to go to the courtroom. The courtroom are for parents who have abused and neglected their children. We need to have conversations for change. We need to have conversations to demand the release of our children. The first call to action is to bring our babies home. Each and every one of these CPS systems that are represented on this, look at these families. Every person that is employed by this system, we are talking to you. Raise your awareness and see what you are doing to each and every one of these people. Look at these children that just want to be home. That's all. These families simply want to be whole. So the first call to action is bring our babies home, and that is for the system. You have the power to change this. Let's stop giving these families lip service. Let's stop telling them that it's up to the judge. Have a meeting and release these children. And then we need independent investigations into the illegal kidnapping of these children. It's not okay just for these children to be released. People need to be held accountable. People need to be held accountable, and that is for the federal government. You provide funding to these agencies. It is your responsibility to protect the people. These families are suffering, and they have been suffering in silence for far too long. The people see this injustice, and we're ready to stand for it. Immunity needs to be removed from social workers. Just because you have a job, just because you have a badge, does not give you the authority to wreak havoc on the lives of these families. When you take your badge off and you clock out, these families are sitting at home without their babies. And the community, we are calling on you. We have to come off of social media. We have to stand up. This movement is a movement, and it requires people to move it. These families are asking for your support. When they tell you that there's a court date, when they say that they're demanding something, it is strength in numbers, and we have to show up. We have to pull up. We have to stand together in solidarity and say enough is enough. You can no longer take our babies. It is time to activate the people, to mobilize the people. Enough is enough, and bring our babies home. The people, each and every person that is on here today is the solution to this problem. Each and every person today that is going to come off of this Zoom or this live and go talk at the dinner table, that is going to go talk at the restaurant, that is going to talk to someone else about these babies being kidnapped is the solution. Who do you know? What do you have to offer to this movement? How do we stop this? Join the movement, volunteer to support. We are moving and we need you to move with us. The call to action is the call to the people to mobilize to solve this problem. The call to action is for the federal government to provide oversight to this problem. The call to action is for every person employed by the system that has a hand in the illegal kidnapping of each and every family represented on this platform today to do the right thing and get on the right side of justice. Enough is enough, and bring our babies home. We are prepared to respond in power. Enough is enough, and we will not stand for this anymore. We will no longer accept this treatment of our families.
That's where it is. So
Yes.
yeah, man.
I would have to agree with Amanda. Yeah, it's time to come together as the people and to stand up because, just sitting here and just like listening to it all, it makes me like really, really emotional, and I'm looking at this picture on, my screen right now. I look at it and I see Zephaniah and me, that's what I see, and I see all the people surrounding me, suppressing me and my child. And that's not okay. It's not okay that I have to go to sleep at night, knowing that my nest is empty. My nest is empty and nobody can tell me why my nest is empty. But there are so many people working behind the scenes, trafficking my child for money. It goes as far as sexual abuse, it's so much more, than them just taking your children. They have motives, secret motives and secrecy, and the veil of secrecy, that has to come down. This can no longer, stand as it is and nobody stand up to it. There is so many people out there that see it's wrong, know it's wrong, and they won't do nothing about it. For whatever reason, I'm not understanding, because, if I saw somebody wronging my brother or my sister, I promise you, with everything in me, 100%, I'm going to stand up. Even if I'm standing up by myself, I'm going to stand up. What has happened to me and my son, I could not ever get back those irreversible days. They're gone forever, forever. And they will continue to be gone until somebody stands with us, all of these mothers here, to say enough is enough. Enough is enough now. That is my child. It belongs to me. And you have no power or authority to intervene in my private realm, my liberties, or my freedoms, So we have to start coming together and being more, effective in how we're moving in this monopoly that we're playing with these people, because it's a game to them. They, like Amanda said, these people go home at night and they sleep, and they have no idea the havoc they have wreaked on these families, on my family, on Tegan, on Journey, on Messiah, on Amin Ra, on Sept. This is so real. Like I can't even really talk about it without crying, because that's how deep it is. It's really deep. Like our children are out there in a field that is unknown, and we have to bring them home.
I want to open the space to get some other feedback from other families who are here. What are we thinking?
This is Ty and Sai sitting here with me, Syesha sitting here with me, and I said this right here. This town hall is exactly what it was meant to be, which is a space of truth. Because the truth is the only way that we're going to be able to move forward with actual solutions. Because it is just like what Miss Sellers just said. It's games that's being played, and even when you follow the rules to those games, there's still not a certain outcome. You heard what you know, whether you. This is just a time. We are the people that are right here in this town hall. We are the solution. And what we choose to do after this ends will define tomorrow and the next day. So protect the Starseeds is exactly what it is. It's an umbrella of protection that as this system is falling in front of our eyes, that we don't need to do anything to try to save it. We just have to make decisions to put things in place that we're able to protect ourselves in regards to all the doulas, the midwives, the nutritionists, the social work, whatever you're doing, make yourself, no matter what you do for a living, make yourself available to the community. Because everybody is important. And when Ra was taken from us, after going through okay, what we got to do to start this process, and getting him back, the more I start to really pay attention to so many families that was just like us that is happening to as well. And for me, and just speaking on behalf of my family, there's nowhere in the world that that I can live that while I'm working to get Amon Ra back to this day, trying to focus on getting him back, that we don't share light and awareness to other situations. Because I see myself in all these families. I see, listening to Ralph, listening to Eddie, listening to all the mothers, we are all expressing one collective truth. And a lot of the mainstream media, they have jobs and people tell them what stories to cover and what time frames you should cover it and what the agenda is and these different angles. But the one thing that we have to empower ourselves is that without us, nothing is empowered. Without the people, there is no system, there is no audience. That we are everything. So not to say too much in regards to we know what we need to do. And I would like to say thank you to all the families that have given your most valuable aspect of life, which is time today, to speak your truth. And thank you to Tatiana Ali for making herself available to engage with my family. And thank you to Jamar, everybody in the collective consciousness. You know who you are. Donisha, you family. Amanda Tafferah, Operation Stop CPS. We all know who we are and we know what we put here to do. And we have to do what we need to do unapologetically and literally remove all fear away from your hearts. Don't worry about they could do this or they don't. We have to do what we need to do because we know that everything we do, we're doing it out of love. We know this. So when you do things out of love, there's nothing bad that can happen. You know what I mean? There's nothing wrong with protecting each other. You know what I mean? And so they try their best to implement fear as much as they can. But at the end of the day, they will continue to fail. So we're not living this life of compliance. We just need to live this life of truth. You know what I mean? Express yourself organically for who you are. And no longer do they have the right to judge the way we express ourselves, the way we raise our babies, the way that whatever we do, no one has that right to judge because everything we're doing out of our truth. So I stand with everybody that's here, with all the families, and it's just nothing but love here, in regards to bringing Ra back home, Messiah, Zephaniah, Aaliyah, and Shiloh, and know that and Tegan, and know that even Journey and all these other babies, that as they come home, they will forever be protected. This ain't just a temporary thing. This is a forever change. This is infinite. So I just want to reemphasize.
Aye. Yes, big brother. Yes, man.
Yes, I think Ralph is just agreeing with you, Ty. You know,
Okay.
same,
Yeah.
same
Yeah.
lens.
Yeah. So it's that's all this is, man. It's like simple, and we're going into a new world where simplicity is going to hold so much more power than confusion. So um we're not giving them no more power no more, talking about what they cannot do. We know what we're gonna do, and we're doing it right now. So everybody here is family, because the truth is something that is a frequency that you cannot withhold no more. So we don't realize that we all realize we're working collectively, and we're just exposing the truth. That's all that is. Whether it's the Brittney or Miss Sellers, when you're speaking the truth, like, that's empowering yourself, and that's empower other people who may not have the courage to do it. So don't hide who you are to the world, because that's not doing none of our babies no justice. So, and keep standing our truth together. And the truth is literally going to be televised. It really will be, because the power. You notice that even with mainstream media, they're watching us to see what they can post on their network. So the power is with us, and we're going to continue to take the necessary steps to do what we have to do. But those steps also starts with action. So when you talk about legislation, legislation changes when behavior changes. So when we act, when we move differently, in order for them to maintain whatever position they have, based off of us changing, they have to accommodate for us. That's how it happens. So they're not. We can scream as loud as we want. They're not gonna listen, but they're gonna listen to our actions. Our action. What's the saying? Actions speak louder than words. So, this is all family in here, and these babies will come home as soon as possible, and they will be protected. As long as we resonate in truth, because their time is up. That's all I got to say. It's up. It's over. It's a new world we're moving into, and the power is going to be within the collective, which is in us. And everybody's babies is everybody's responsibility. This is not an isolated situation.
This is Syesha, the mother of Amun-Ra and Sept. And I just want to say this. Be empowered. To everyone who is listening right now, be empowered, because this is the change. We are a part of the change. And I'll close with these words for all of our babies, all of the starseeds out there who don't get to be home with mommy and daddy, who are waiting to come home. These words are for our starseeds. You are loved. You are appreciated. You are light. You matter. And we are bringing you home. We are bringing you home. Keep shining your light. Keep shining. Thank you.
Thank you, Syesha, Ty, Sai. You guys are amazing in the unity and the power that you guys hold as well. Through your journey, speaking up your truth has been a journey that has led to helping other families be heard and speak their truth. I honor the strength within each and all the families, and honor your strength on how much you guys have endured. and still choose to speak up and choose to bring awareness to the communities to help people understand that if this is happening to you guys, this can happen to anyone. I would like to point out that that's a beautiful baby boy on the screen. And every child here today, Amen Ra, Messiah, Journey, Tegan, Zephaniah, King, all them children here and not here, parents, you deserve to have all your children returned to you. Continue to fight for Shiloh, Aaliyah, because they deserve to have a loving community. The fact that you have such strength and support with the people behind all your families shows that your spirit is crying justice, and we hear you. Thank you.
Can I just say something or add something? I just wanted to say that all of our experiences surpasses the words to even explain, what we have gone through. And I think sometimes I can get a little frustrated because I'm like, dang, like I want to express how I want to express and allow people to feel what I need them to feel when it pertains to, what has happened to my family. But one thing I do want to say is that in the very beginning, when everything was happening with Aaliyah in the hospital, and she was in a NICU department, and all these doctors are saying just, all negativity, everything that was, just against what I believed and had faith in knowing that, the Most High was in control of all things, is that I heard in my spirit to take authority. And from there, I just want you guys to always know to take authority and to know that you are divinely created and that these children are your gifts from the Most High, and that we will face it, but we will not have to fight it. The Lord will fight for us and we will hold our peace. And it's up to us as a people to create that kingdom of heaven here on this earth. And whatever it is that we're going through, just know that we're going to make it out, and that it's not just, these children that are on this panel, but there are many, many children, and they will all be released. And I'll just continue to just say that in solidarity, knowing that something is going to give and restoration is here. And I see my baby there and she's amazing. And I see my son on the screen and he's amazing. But those are just examples of just a greater outcome that is to come. Thank you all.
Thank you, Nekaybaw.
Brittney, would you like to say something?
Yes, thank you. So, like all the rest of the families, this has been really hard. Like Ms. Sellers said, it's time that can never be given back. When I sit back and think about it, I've never spent a Christmas with Tegan. I missed both of her birthdays. And all of the milestones that people document on their phones and have memories of, I don't have them. And I just, even through all of my pain, I just am thankful that there are other people who empathize, sympathize, and can understand the pain that I feel daily. And I know it won't last forever, but it hurts so much in this moment. And even through all of this, what CPS did when they removed our kids is that they didn't realize that there were families willing to fight and stand for their children. And they allowed myself and so many other powerful parents to come together. And that was a mistake for them. And I just want to just thank everybody for the support, the platform, and the continued prayers as each of us maneuver through our own path with CPS. They're all different, but we're all going to end up in the same place. And, just want to do everything that I can to just keep myself moving forward, stay in a positive space, and just connect with people who share the same energy and goals that I have, reaching the end of this. So I just want to thank everybody who sit on the panel and all the people who are listening for their support and just continued support. It's really appreciated because, the last thing people need in their times of grief is to get beaten down for what ifs, and that doesn't make sense. We spend enough time beating ourselves up in general. So I'm just thankful for having a safe space to just talk about the things I haven't been able to talk about for almost 2 years. And I just want everyone to be safe still, and just stay vigilant, stay prayerful, stay hopeful, and just hope that we stay connected.
Ashe. Thank you, Brittney. Ms. Sellers, if you're still with us as well, if you have some closing testimonies that you would like to share with us, the floor is yours.
Okay, it's Miss Sellers again, Zephaniah's mother, and I just want you guys to continue to lift him up in prayer. I can't let my mind wander too far, about the type of trauma he's experiencing, because then I wouldn't be all that well to continue the fight. So we have to be like electricity. And, when electricity hits any type of object or person, it causes damage, and we have to be that electricity to the system to put it to a stop. We cannot only shock it, but we have to kill it. It has to die. It has to, it has to be non-existent because, it's caused a lot of trauma and heartache and havoc in people's lives. And just continue to, pray for my strength, because I'm telling you now, listening to each mother, being an empath as well, my heart is literally crying for them, crying for myself, crying for these babies, crying for Zephaniah, just a lot, and so these tears, my tears, your tears, everybody's tears, their pain, their strength, it's not in vain. So we just have to keep each other covered in prayer, and we have to lean on one another for strength, because it takes strength, and we all have to be enlightened and on the same page, and we have to all be and move in the same accord. So thank you guys for the platform today. My voice gets a little different when I'm trying to hold back my tears and stuff. So I just want you guys to continue to be with us and for us and not against us, and stand for us and fight with us, and we can bring it down. Our children are depending on us for the most part. So again, thanks Operation Stop CPS, JMAR, Collective Consciousness, Protect the Starseeds, Cy and Ty, Brittney, everybody, everybody's, in my heart and in my prayers, and we're going to get through this. So thank you guys.
Thank you. So before we end this, I just again want to thank everyone who has been a part of this, whether you joined from the beginning, the middle, or right now. Thank you. Thank you, Tatiana, for standing with us. Thank you, Collective Consciousness, JMAR, Operation Stop CPS, Blessed to Heal, Growing Edge, Pipeline to Purpose, Narisha, we thank you so much. We thank you, Jonathan Greene, for joining us, Dr. Pryce. We thank you, Donisha. And is there anybody else, Ty, that I'm missing? Just everybody, all the families who have just been here today, and who joins on Clubhouse. We have Clubhouse every day, bringing awareness to this. So thank you for people who come in the room and who listen for hours. We share our history. We share the trauma that we live through every single second of every single day. So the fact that you guys are here right now, we can't even articulate how much this means. Everyone, you all are a part of the change. This is us. We have to do this. We can't expect no one else to do this. It is up to us to do this. Amun-Ra wasn't just taken away from us. He was taken away from all of us. Community. So in order to bring that community back, we have to unify. And this is the start. This must continue. It must not end here. We have to continue this conversation and continue to take action. That is the only way that we can really make some change. Because enough is enough. This is exhausting. And no other mother, no other family needs to go through this. So just thank you all. And if your name wasn't said, just know that in our hearts, deep down in our hearts, we are so grateful for you, and you know exactly who you are. We appreciate you all. And don't let this be the end. Don't log out and just stop there. We have to continue this conversation and continue this movement. That is the only way. So before we leave, I want you all to join in with me, all the families and everyone who is on this panel right now, to join in with me and say these words with me. Bring our babies home. Bring our babies home.
Bring our babies home.
Our babies home.
Bring
our babies home.
Bring our babies home.
Bring
our babies home.
Bring our babies home.
Babies home. Our babies home.
Our babies home.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sai. We appreciate everybody who has joined us. And Amanda, the floor is yours.
Oh, the family's faces, she said.
Repeat that.
So for the next 11 days, we're talking about the call to action. It's time for the people to mobilize, and it's time for the people to bring this problem to their doorstep, to the doorstep of these systems that continue to fail these families. So it's time to activate the community. Each day, the movement will peacefully protest the illegal kidnapping of our babies. One simple action, executed in unison by many, can force the problem into the consciousness of those who work for this system. That's what we got to understand. It is time to bring the problem to them. It is time to mobilize as a people to show them that it is strength in numbers. It is strength in the people. So, and we want each and every person to be a part of this movement. So what's called a bear justice, right? It is bear justice. These teddy bears symbolize the children who have been illegally kidnapped from their parents. And we will be placing teddy bears as a symbol of standing in solidarity with these parents. And we're going to be placing them outside of the system who has failed each and every one of these families we have magnified their voice today. And we're asking for the community to stand up, the community to stand up and get outside with us and let this system know that there's a problem. Stand in solidarity with the parents of Amin-Ra, Zephaniah, Aaliyah and Shiloh, Tegan and Messiah, by coming out and finding the display and adding to it, simply adding to it. That simple action, that simple teddy bear, that simple flower, that simple lighting of a candle shows this system that you are a part of the movement that will demand the return of these babies. So how can you prepare, right? How can you prepare for this? And how can you help us get this message out? If you are close to any of these cities that are represented today on this platform, Sarasota, Florida, Newport Richey, Florida, Lexington, Kentucky, San Juan, Puerto Rico, and Jamaica, New York, this is how you prepare. It's very simple. Go to your local store, get a teddy bear, buy multiple teddy bears, buy multiple flowers, buy multiple candles, right? Buy it, and when the display is set up in your community, when we post the picture on social media and we tell you the address to come, show up. It is time to come to their doorstep. It is time to knock like they knock on our families' doors and take our children away. And then we want you to record yourself and saying a message to these parents, letting them know that you are standing with them. And hashtag bring our babies home, hashtag protect the Starseeds, hashtag Operation Stop CPS, and we have the right to be right, hashtag collective consciousness, all of the hashtags that we are using for this movement so that we move unified and we let them know that we stand united with these families. But this doesn't happen magically. This takes proper execution and mobilization. We need you. We need volunteers. The QR code is right here on the screen. Scan it. If you are in the area, if you can help, if you can ensure that this is the call to action that activates the consciousness of each and every social worker who has played a part in this illegal kidnapping. If you can be a part of the activation of the consciousness of the judges who continue to keep these children from their homes, it is up to us. We are the people. We can't leave it to them anymore. We have to show up. This is the solution. Show up, people. We got to show up. So that's the call to action. Please sign up to volunteer, and we will contact you in order to, again, be able to mobilize and be able to show up and knock on this system's door and let them know it's a problem. We will no longer stand for the illegal kidnapping of our children. Bring our babies home.
Yes, and I wanted to add to that, because we don't want to leave anybody out. We want to include everybody. So if you can't purchase a bear, if you have one at home, leave that. It doesn't matter, long as we're showing up as the community. That's fine. If you don't have it to get a bear, just ask the neighbor for a bear. There should be no excuses as to why we can't show up. If it's raining, bring an umbrella, set it out there. The display will be there. Rain, sleet, hail, or snow, it's going to be there because the system takes our babies. Rain, hail, sleet, or snow, it doesn't matter. A hurricane, it doesn't matter. They snatch our babies in any type of weather. So that should be no excuse as to why no one is showing up. We don't want any excuses, just anything that you feel from your heart, please, please come out and support these families as a community. You heard these stories. You heard these stories. Show up and show this system that we are here and bring our babies home.
Yes, and as a collective, our intent is to raise the awareness of the people. We are going to rise, and as a community, we intend to respond in power with the knowledge needed to combat this racist and oppressive system.
Yes.
Enough, enough.
Amanda, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Go speak, sis.
Oh no, that was it. I was just saying that that in regards to building the awareness of the people, we intend to respond in power with the knowledge needed to combat this racist system.
See, it is education, and let us just be clear as well. When we say speak truth to power, it means be informed so you can speak truth to power. Do your research. Today is the first class. We will be having many classes so that we can be armed with the information. When we stand up and we say we have the right to be right, it's clear. When we stand up and we say protect the Starseeds, it's clear. When we say operation, the operation is stop CPS. We know how. It has to be with a collective consciousness. Step to the edge, to the growing edge, like embrace the fact that we are blessed to heal. All of the partners who have aligned to empower this movement to move, it's divine, every moment of it. So you who have come to the table again, you have heard the call to action. The QRC code is on the screen. Reach out to us. 11 days of activation. It starts Monday. That's the day after tomorrow. We need the troops to organize. And we're saying this publicly because we're shining the light. We're not saying these things in the shadows anymore. Protecting the perpetrators while we suffer in silence. Those days are done, Dread. Those days those days are done. Let's use this moment smart, but together. And I just want to pass the floor to Sister Tatiana Ali for a moment because I saw you come up earlier and I know you wanted to speak. Sis, give thanks for being here and for using your platform to say something.
I've had a chance and opportunity to meet many of the families here, except for Chinyere and Ralph. So I'm very glad to see your faces now. I have been listening and I've been, I said I would be involved in the town hall quietly, holding space for you all and taking my place in the circle that surrounds you. And I hope that the families that shared today, the families who are speaking up on the chat, feel that love and feel the safety of this space and feel that that circle is real and that it's truly here for you. I want to also put this movement into perspective so you know that this is not a fight that is on its own. You know, I don't know why. I don't know why. Maybe it's because birth is the work of women. This part of the freedom movement in this country has been, as some other people said, in the shadows. This part of the fight for liberation, taking children away, is a part of the system, not only of this country, but of colonization throughout the world. And it's amazing to me that now in 2021, that this movement is rising up, because it's so much a part of, it is at the heart and the soul of every movement that we've seen for freedom. How can it not be when you're talking about our children, right? How can it not be when you're talking about the way we give birth, the way we breastfeed, the way we are able to, or they make it unable for us to protect our children. It's at the very core of how we transmit our culture, our values, our love. And so I want you to know that when you ask in the chat, because I've asked myself as well, I'm here as a mother, I'm here as a sister, as a wife, as a daughter. When you ask yourself in the chat, what can you do? Know that on one side, you're here helping to mold a movement that it's happening, it's being birthed now. And on the other hand, at the same time, it's a movement as old as any liberation movement, because it's at the core, it's at the foundation. There's a reason they take our children, and there's a reason they traumatize us during our birth. Because if you can cut that off, you cut off everything. I will continue to hold a circle and hold a space for you all and for my family, because I see my family in yours. We're all one. And I want to say to you, like I said to Syesha and Ty when I first spoke to them, that I believe you. And I'm going to make sure other people believe you too. Because it's that disbelief that I think is preventing the hearts and minds of people from opening up to listen. Because how can you not listen? How can you listen and believe and hear and then not do something? I'm sending my love to all of the families that are represented here, and all of the children, and all of the families that we haven't met yet, who will come. And I keep seeing, like Miss Wallace said, there's so much strength in numbers. My abuela always said that. My mother always said that. She still says that there's strength in numbers. She said that when I spoke to her about being here today. I keep seeing all of our families together, standing together, and demanding our right to love and protect and care for our children. And I believe that will happen.
Thank you so much, Tatiana. Sis, give thanks. It is not easy to use your platform to speak loudly because you know that people will hear. It is not easy, these things, but it is the right thing to do. Stand with us and bring our babies home. I want to reiterate Amanda's call for the call to action. We demand an independent investigation into all of the cases we have heard today. We demand that immunity be removed from CPS workers. We demand immediately that the federal courts provide more insight and oversight into local dependency cases. Prepare yourselves, family. We have work to do. We want to give thanks to everybody who came forward to be a part of this. Thank the families for your time, for your courage. Thank the panel of experts for your time, for your insight, for these moments of aligning. Thank everybody in the chat right now. I want to leave the final word to protect the Starseeds. Sy and Ty, you've spoken before, but it started with Ra. Bring Ra home. And still Ra is not home. We saw live that Sept was taken, and we saw when she was brought home. The system plays these games with us. And if we don't continue to apply pressure, just like they won't take their knee off our necks, we have to apply pressure. I can't reiterate it enough. I defer to Sy and Ty to close this.
To conclude everything, just remember staying true to your truth and who you are, and operate in love. And it's time to put in a lot of work in regards to reversing a lot of things that are unnatural in the ways that we are living. So just remember, do not walk in fear, walk in love, and there's nothing that they haven't already done to us. So we can only move forward in building a solid foundation for this next generation to benefit from our work. It's time for us to build. And all you got to do is, if you ever get discouraged, just think about Ra, think about Messiah, think about Zephaniah, think about Tegan, Aaliyah, and Shiloh. Just think about these babies, for the ones who cannot speak up for themselves yet, if you ever get discouraged. So it's time to put in some work. And thank you to everyone that made itself available. And there will be future town halls to just build upon what we're doing on this day.
And these are words from Haile Selassie. The opportunity for education is not given for a fashion or a mode. It is given for a purpose, for a task, for a high responsibility, for the benefit of our country and the coming generation. Thank you all.
Thank you guys for, again, creating this platform that is Protect the Starseeds. Thank you for everybody who has tuned in. Donisha?
Yeah, you know, this is this voice has to be strong and collective. We've said it enough times. We hear what the call to action is. Yeah, we have a lot to do. We have our own families. We have our own lives to live. We got lots going on. But we also, when we show up, it makes a difference. When we show up and say something, it makes a difference. And I can't reiterate that enough. So follow us, tune in, stay up to date. The call to action is now. We have an entire week and a half of activities. We need you to stand up. Every day on Clubhouse, Jamar has a room that has been lifting the advocacy, maintaining the conversation. Tune in. tune in. There's lots more to learn. Give thanks until next time. See? We have the right to be right. Look, we protect the Starseeds with this collective consciousness. And the operation is to stop CPS. Step into the growing edge, knowing we are blessed to heal. Give thanks.
Ashe, thank you.